ratios are remaining the same thing, CEO and CFO. So, and many things I've read and many things I've listened to my superiors and all, they told if there is no chemistry, perfect chemistry between CEO and CFO, then the organization fails. There may be something that we can always bring in CIO onto the board or any other CEO onto the board, but if CEO and CFO both are not aligned, that means this corporate strategy, whatever CEO brings, or CEO is the man in charge of that particular thing, but if CFO doesn't really understand it completely, then there is a failure. That's going to happen. Now, the thing is what this strategy means, corporate strategy means. Now, I'll come to this digital transformation because I have only 20 minutes, but I'll use only 15 minutes for sake of time. See, this digital transformation, actually what I'll just simplify the things for our knowledge because I'm a finance man. So how do you leverage data and artificial intelligence across the processes and customer experiences? This customer experience is very important. So basically, this is a radical reshaping of companies. You say it is companies or societies where this advanced technology and advanced data analytics is being used. So how they're reshaping, how they're reorganizing use of advanced technology as well as advanced data analytics. Now very interesting, you should be knowing, the government is also looking at how to use technology and analytics in serving the citizens also. Like now you have Aadhaar, now you do not have Aadhaar number means you cannot do many things, you cannot buy a SIM also. Now everything is connected now. If you are going to file an income tax return, you don't have to really search for the figures, what is my TDS amount, what is this amount, that amount, already it is given. So nowadays, government is also looking at how to use this particular thing. So this is nowhere the companies has to enable things or companies has to go into this transformation process because it's necessary now. Now coming to whether every company should go for DT and every company should go for, at the scale people believe yes, digital transformation means it's a big investment into your technology or into your key talents. Nowadays, I am currently working in Tata Insights and Quants that we provide data and analytics services to our group companies. I know the this talent available, the talent pool in the market is very limited. And people are really asking 2x, 2.5x, but I know the worth is not that much. But the supply-demand equilibrium that really pushes and that really demands that particular thing. So if somebody is thinking of digital transformation, yes, it is key to my growth or key to my surviving the business in this current scenario. Like people have already told, my previous speakers, brick and mortar doesn't really solve the entire business strategy you cannot fulfill, because if you are showing a growth of 2x, 3x in revenue or top line or in the bottom line kind of thing, then you should also have a sidecar thing. Though you will have a retail stores, also you should have a e-commerce platform kind of thing of your own, or you have to also outsource. Like you can be also a participant to some of the e-commerce platforms already there. You can also buy my goods by coming to my store, or you can also order my thing through Amazon kind of thing. Anywhere I want my business to grow. In the same way, if I'll see what is the CFO's role now. Now another interesting thing, now this particular thing is what is the changing role? I think so my topic is changing role of CFO in this AI and digital transformation journey. So what CFO does? Basically, if you ask a CFO, who really drives your digital transformation journey, then they'll tell you it's CIO and along with COO. Because they know the operation and this person knows how to do it. But if you'll ask a CEO, he'll tell my CFO. Because without CFO, digital transformation is not possible. Do you agree? It's not because I am a CFO, but do you agree with this particular thinking? What CFO does? CFO only brings money, CFO only funds. CEO should know, yes, if there is money needed, he should pay the vendors in time, he should pay the employees in time. Though there is no business, there is no turnover coming in, still we should not have liquidity crisis kind of thing. No, it's not that. I'll tell you why CFO is very important in digital transformation journey in any company. So, CFO normally sits almost invariably at the center of the operation committees or the leadership committees. He knows because everybody approaches CFO for funds, and that is the time CFO understands what exactly they want to do. If they want to do something, changes in operations, why they will do, what is the business justification, how it will, whether it will save in expenses, it will save in minimizing the wastage, like maximizing, minimizing, all the concepts like that, whether there is a time, whether there is a margin growth, and what to do. If you do this, then what you will go away. Suppose I will bring something extra, that means I am infusing some more cost. Then where you will give me the cost back? What should I close if I want to open this? Kind of thing. So he always interacts with all the function heads and he knows exactly what they want to do. Now when the digital transformation thing comes, digital transformation is what? It is basically, I can say, there is a strategic planning process. That has to be a corporate strategy now. Then side by side, there will be a digital strategy of every organization now. See, corporate strategy is there. To map that corporate strategy, we should have another digital transformation strategy. Now, a strategy with a financial discipline can be implemented as per plan. If there is no financial discipline, but the strategy is there and everybody is given independent responsibility and authorities to work in their own level, then you'll find in the review meetings only, they'll tell you all the interdepartmental conflicts and all these things will come, because of that it could not be done, and give me another meeting, next meeting will come, next meeting that will come. So time overruns and cost overruns are the normal implementation problem that happens. And that basically the one person who is really breaks his head is CFO. So normally if CFO is given that charge, please drive digital transformation, then this discipline has come to this place. Because all this planning, everything, and in that also, when going for each and every process, how to do this. Like suppose you want to invest in technology, like you want to invest in bigger ERP, it's not ERP now, ERP, then what should be your tech architecture, whether it should be on-prem or it should be cloud, or cloud means which cloud kind of thing, whether it's flexible or not. Accordingly, you can have a stage set, financing, you can have your investors also in quarterly review, you can always make a story that is sellable to these investors also. They will believe, okay, you are going on a DT journey, which definitely we all understand it will not give you this return in 1 year or half a year. But can you also give, if it is a 5-year journey, then what happens in quarter-on-quarter basis, and how you can justify, yes, you are going on a good track. So in that manner, CFO is very, very important here. And while doing this digital transformation journey, what CFO should check? One thing is, what is the legacy tech environment that you already have it? If it is completely on-prem and very, very capital investing things, and you cannot do away with it, and you cannot also do much in it kind of thing, what to do? Like in this, I can tell you in the digital data analytics and all, now they are coming with so many things so that they can take care of all these legacy problems. Like they're coming with independent of any architecture kind of thing, data lakes. It can talk to your text files, it can talk to SAP files, it can talk to Oracle files, as well as it can talk to videos, audios. It can also bring data from your social platforms kind of thing. And at one place, it can also be available as data democratization to all the departments functions. Definitely there also, CFO has a role to play it. When we talk about data democratization, we believe that any data can be read by anybody. Now this data privacy and all other regulations also come into the picture. Now whether the HR data should be also masked when it is available for a operation persons to allocate their resources for a service clients kind of thing. So how can you mask it? How can you mask their PIAs or SPDAs, and you also can have this regulated thing so that the compliance is also happening as it is. And like I was just sharing somebody, this government is yet to come with data privacy regulations, but the moment it comes, I am very sure that they will try to implement it immediately. So are you prepared kind of thing. So all these things, CFO does, though he known as finance, but he's in charge of finance, compliance, legal, admin, all other things except HR and operations, marketing, kind of thing. Many CIOs I know in companies, they also report to CFO to bring this financial discipline, because if you'll ask a CIO what you want to do, he can tell $10 billion of investment in all the information technology projects that I must have. But it's not what you should have it. You should have a cost-effective solutions, and also to the level of business now you're in. The moment you will also increase your level of business, then you can also bring in more investment to that extent. Now I'll just talk about two things. What it should check. One other is how to really work for shifting from legacy environment to digital environment. That should have more customer interaction and more analytics can be done on that. Second is organization. Now, what organization normally we have is a very linear organization. Like suppose I'll tell you, okay, let me ask you, what you are doing? I am in so-and-so company. Then the next question is, which department you are? Now we tell you, I am in marketing department, I am in information item, in IT department, I am this department. That doesn't work in a digital transformation journey, because you will have a cross-departmental groups, they'll be working together. It is no more, I am in marketing or I am in finance kind of thing. I am in DT, I am in digital transformation project. It's a project kind of thing, everybody will think like that. Everybody will have a problem, and main problem is of finance. He'll tell, no, my auditor wants a hard copy of this vouchers because he will not agree to this. Though, I'll just take 1 minute to share an interesting thing. More than 20,000 cash payment is not allowable, and then auditor will have a Karo report on that. Then when this NEFT, RTGS came and all, then also my auditor told, no, I cannot take it as a non-cash payment, because it's not in checks or drafts. It is written in that, if it is not in check and draft, it is a cash payment. So those kind of things will happen. But I know, sitting in a particular brainstorming journey where a finance person, marketing person, operation person, everybody there, they'll have their problems, but they always think how to get a solution out of it. Because I should not be seen, I do not have a solution to my own problems. I'm creating a problems. No, you have to be a solution provider that. If you cannot, then I'll bring in another person, I'll talk to your CFO, and somebody else will come into this particular team. So that's the way they look at their own system, and so organizations will be cross-functional, they will be working more into making it very faster. But 5 minutes. The last thing is, okay, I have done this, I have done everything. Then what happens? Am I able to monetize all the investments at the end of the day? I have improved everything, now I have improved all the digitalization, I am not applying for any leave, I am just clicking on that, I am speaking, I am getting all these things. Are you getting any money back? If it is no, then it is death. That means it doesn't work. So, if I tell, just taking a banking as an example, it's very interesting because everybody will not just understand right away. What banking has done is, we all have stopped visiting banks. We do not know where the branches are. Maybe we know some of the ATMs, but also do not know where my own bank ATM is there, because any ATM I can go. That means they have already gone into digital transformation, they have already gone into digital business, and that is working. But if they have not reduced the number of branches, if they have not reduced the number of ATMs, if they have not reduced the number of employees working on that level, then it is a failure. Because they have to encash somewhere, they have to monetize somewhere. So that's the thing. So what we should see as a CFO, this corporate strategy should be heavily infused with digital analytics strategy. That should be within that. And I should have as a CFO 5-year perspective of how the things will be going on quarter basis, and should be run by the CFO. And the funding mechanism, and telling a story like I was telling you. Every time we'll have to discuss with CWOs, CIOs, CMOs, everywhere to further improvise the things or further fine-tuning the things. And lastly, you should be lead by example. You cannot only speak. Then the other person will comment. But I have to only fill up your this travel declaration form with all the hard copies, you know. You are telling all these GANs of DT and you are not doing anything. So finance department itself or finance thing also should be digitalized and everything should be, you should lead by example kind of thing. Your total accounting system, your total employee system, your all the bringing all this like Mr. Basu told, RPAs and all for invoicing, for customer experience, for getting feedbacks kind of thing, and to see the competitive advantage, to see the aggregated data, market data kind of thing, and to also see where you can save in the supply chain, forecasting the price demand of your raw materials or your spare parts kind of thing. Everything in all these things, the finance should be a part of it, and it should be so neatly networked, enterprise resource planning, that in literally sense, that should be the planning should be enterprise wise. And that's where the CFO will really get its own value and you'll be satisfied. And also, there's a perfect partner to the CEO in getting to this DT journey. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor Dr. Paritosh Basu to present the memento to Mr. Ameya Ranjan Tripathi.
Now I call upon Mr. Guruprasad Jambunathan, CFA, FRM, CSPO, Director, CRISIL Limited, Chennai, for the keynote address on the topic, Recent Trends in Research Automation. Welcome, sir.
As it comes along. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I think, let me congratulate Jain University, Professor Sri Kumar, Veena Madam, Soni and others for having conceived this conference in such a big manner, right? And having kind of got this kind of a very distinguished set of guests to impart our bit of our 2 cents in terms of how things go along. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about today is around recent trends in research automation. And let me start with something which I think most of you would have seen in getting shared in LinkedIn post, right? It's a very common kind of an infographic. I think sources, still not exactly traceable, but yeah, based on whatever I could, I've kind of put out the source there. Right, so this is just Lego bricks, right? But it kind of gives you a sense in terms of how information gets organized, right? You start with data, which is all blocks everywhere, and then it obviously runs through a journey. You are able to explain a beautiful story, which is what research and analytics is all about. Right, now this familiar graphic, now if I have to just kind of move it to financial research or equity research, what happens, right? In a very similar parlance, you start with data sourcing, which means you're kind of collating all this information, moving into data compilation, right? And then looking at forecasting and valuation. And then you're trying to report what you've done. And then obviously, you're either taking a decisioning if you're on the sell side, if you're on the buy side, or recommending if you're on the sell side, right? So that's how you kind of do financial research or equity research more specifically, right? And how has this been done traditionally? This is how it's getting done, right? When I say data sourcing, you're talking about company financials, operational metrics of the company. You do channel checks, trying to understand how is the supply position, right? And obviously you gather a lot of industry data. Compilation, end-to-end Excel. Excel is the bread and butter when it comes to compilation of all kinds of data, right? As it stands or as it stood by and large, even 2-3 years back. Then comes forecasting and valuation, which you typically kind of use your financial modeling set up to kind of run that through. Then typically, how do you kind of communicate? It's typically through notes or reports, right, which are typically PDF documents. You're talking about an earnings note, you probably initiate on a company, you give a 30-pager. If it's an earnings note, you give a 5-6-pager, right? And then obviously, or if it's going to be more buy-side investment oriented, it's going to be more recommendations. And then either you kind of, communicating this through conferences or, in-person meetings and so on. This is how traditionally research was being done. Now, what has changed, right? Or, what is really kind of triggering this change, right? For one, data, right? So the data that you deal with today is no longer the same data that you had, a few years back, right? So while the standard data still resides and still it's a core of what we do, I mean, the amount of data that you have today and the way that's getting tracked today is just phenomenal, right? So I think there are two broad categories of data that you can look at. One is the entire realm of all data, as they call it, alternate data, right? So you're looking for signals everywhere, right? So right from satellite images, you're looking at, how many cars are parked in a parking lot of a retail store, trying to see, how's the likely quarterly earnings of the company next year, in the next quarter. Okay, you're looking at social media, right? Trying to see how is the company getting perceived in social media, a new product launch, how is it getting perceived? Management views, right? So you have companies today or, fintechs today who are doing tonal analytics, right? So essentially trying to see if the management that's coming and presenting on, earnings calls, whether, they're really saying what is actually there, or are they trying to kind of mask something? Even there are, analysis to kind of look at the number of positive words and negative words being used. So there's a hell lot of research happening around that side. And then you have a few others as well in terms of surveys. ESG is one big thing that's kind of, from a data perspective, a lot more of that is happening today. And then the world of proxies. I mean, you can, in a way, classify proxies also as all data. But I think where proxies come along is you're trying to kind of gauge something using something else as your means. And it's typically more than at a company level, it's kind of, largely done to understand the broader sentiment. It could be consumers, it could be, where the economy is standing today, at what point is the inflection happening, and so on. Case in point being UBS, right? So I'm not sure how many of you are familiar. So they have a company, in fact, it's a specially instituted company called Evidence Labs, right? And the company's purpose is to essentially kind of look for these proxies and kind of, be able to kind of be ahead of the curve in terms of predicting trends, right? And one thing that they did during COVID, and to see if the inflection point has come, essentially when people, it's kind of moving into a post-pandemic kind of a scenario, they were looking at hospitals, they were looking at number of cancellations that are happening on the non-critical surgeries, right? So they had a complete network of hospitals in the US. They were looking, so invariably if there is a COVID happening, most likely you would kind of postpone your surgery if it's non-critical, right? So the moment they started seeing, people are coming forward a lot more to kind of, take up these surgeries, and they said, okay, the inflection point has started. So they're always trying to kind of look at things. And similarly, one of the earlier examples is people look at the seconds auto sales market. Whenever an economy is kind of moving out of a recession, more than the first auto sales or the new auto sales, typically the trend is more visible in the seconds auto sales first, and then it kind of moves into the primary auto sales. So a lot of proxies that's coming through, which means so much of data needs to be sourced, hosted, processed, and then analyzed, right? So data is one big challenge. Then comes compilation, right? So again, as I said, Excel alone will not suffice, right? I'm a big fan of Excel, but having said that, Excel alone will not suffice the kind of volume and the quantity of data that's coming through, right? And similarly, data analysis cannot be just modeling alone, right? You're looking at a lot more things, right? So today, a lot of information, a lot of data gets analyzed through your statistical softwares. Invariably, you find a lot more research analysts today, or not only, what used to be, they're comfortable with research and VBA. Excel VBA used to be the, next level kind of, skill set. Now it's increasingly being replaced by R and Python, right? And then obviously you need good analytical techniques, visualization, and so on. Data science, even if you don't, if you're not really a data scientist, a good understanding of where and how data science can be used, I think will effectively help from a research perspective. right? And then the world of that's actually being showcased, which is the reporting and the communication, right? From static reports, it's all going completely, digital. You have interactive dashboards today. Reports are presented in a dynamic way. So you're looking at a report from a research analyst. If you think some of these assumptions need to be changed, you can then and there make those changes and see how will the same set of exhibits will look like, right? So that's where things are going. You have scenario builders, a lot of other things that are happening. And what it has also led is the contribution of independent research to come in, right? So 10 years back, when you talk about equity research, it's only the big brokers, right? So who kind of largely manage, research. But today, a lot of independent research is happening. There are platforms today which aggregate independent research for you, the likes of, Research Exchange, Smart Karma, and all those, who essentially allow for a very extensive setup of independent researchers to contribute, right? So this is what is happening, and that's why this set of changes that are happening is kind of bringing out new trends when it comes to research. So what are these trends? Let's look at it one by one. Okay. First, automation and digitalization takes center stage. Okay, which means essentially where automation was largely being used earlier was process automation. So you did something in some way, you just try and kind of automate that process. You bring it. I mean, otherwise things used to happen the way it used to happen. But now automation is becoming the core of how you run things, which means one, why is this needed? One, in terms of research bandwidth, right? So while we talk so much about research, we also need to understand the broker or the sell side community or the active asset management, right, is under a lot of pressure, right? Especially from the passive side of management that's happening, which means it's not like they have infinite budget to kind of run things. So which means they still have to manage with the same set of researchers who need to deal with a lot more data and who need to kind of analyze a lot more information. So which means freeing up researcher bandwidth, the only way out is automation and digitalization. The other is, if you have manual systems in between, right? So, you can only do process automation, which means to some level you can kind of, whatever you were doing in Excel as a process, you can probably kind of automate, right? Which means you need to make it end-to-end digital, right? If you're anyway going to punch in information and then take it for analysis, then the extent to which you punch in, you still need manual support. So that has to go, right? And obviously, along with that, what has happened is the way technologies have matured today, right? 3 years back, we were not talking of, NLP being big, right? But today, I think NLP has matured to such a level where you can extract information, from documents, from audio files, from videos, far better and far more accurately, right? And this doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be a pakka digital document, right? Even scanned copies, translated information, all of that you can extract information in a very effective way. And what this has done is it has brought in end-to-end automation tools. Today that's feasible. So you can kind of bring in research support tools which are kind of taking care of the value chain end-to-end. New initiatives. Okay, this is another big change that we are seeing, which is typically when a new initiative is being planned, the traditional approach has been, okay, let's let's kind of start it, execute it, make sure we are able to kind of grasp over it, let it stabilize. Then we will look at automation as phase 2. Now that's changing. You're talking digital right from day one, right? And one thing where we are seeing big digital move in the research world is ESG, right? Because a lot of them are entering into ESG new today, right? From data sourcing all the way until the analysis. Today it's completely digital at a lot of these places, right? And investment in AI is obviously turning a must-have with all of what's happening. Second, right, so this again stresses on the point on data, which is, you're looking for fresh data, which means, it still has that, information value so that you can make money out of it. You are still looking for fast data, which means you can kind of source it very quickly. And you're also looking for frequent data, as much real-time data as you want, right? And some of these exhibits just talk about, how data has grown, right? So people say 90% of what is there on the internet today is probably created over the last 3-4 years, right? So that's the volume of data that you're talking about. 80% of the data that's there today is unstructured, which means, it's not in a very structured tabular form. You're essentially talking of audio files, video files, tweets, and so on, right? And then this just kind of gives you a sense in terms of what kind of all data that, various firms are looking for, right? So obviously the data journey is big. Right, so this, I think in a nutshell, it kind of gives you where we are in the data management journey, right, across the various data processing side of things, specifically with respect to financial research in mind. Right, if I broadly classify into identification, sourcing, hosting of data, extracting information, profiling the data, which is basically validation, then enriching the data with metadata attributes, processing that data, running analytics and reporting and dissemination. So if I have to look at it as that as my data journey, then from an automation perspective, I think a large part of it is cracked, right? What I talked about NLP, which is sourcing and extraction. 3 years back, it would have probably been a couple of circles. Today, it's easily four plus kind of a circle, right? So where we probably still have some way to go is around analytics and reporting. I think we have started to make progress there, but NLG is still pretty nascent from a research perspective. But there are a good number of fintechs who are kind of exploring this space. I'm sure in recent times, ChatGPT has become a big thing, right? It's just a matter of time before some technology moves into the research world, which is able to kind of produce the research which humans could probably do. Right, so this is one other big trend. So I think the trend to watch out for is around NLG, where I think the next wave is likely to come on the research side. Okay, so all this means that you cannot run it traditionally with just the Microsoft suite of products, essentially Excel and Word, to run your research today. What you need is a very effective ecosystem, right? So which can assimilate so much of data, your ability to store that information, and then analyze and then make it available, right, becomes extremely critical. And there, when you're looking at it from an enabler perspective, what has kind of also contributed to this, I think this is common across digital, nothing specific to research. Storage costs have now become, I don't know, 1/100th of what it used to be. So storage is no longer a concern. Real-time processing, the capability of processing has kind of expanded multifold. And I think one of the biggest boon in recent times, which has always been there, but something which is kind of picked up in a big way is API. The way things get connected through APIs. And where and what we are seeing as a result of all this is, a lot more cloud adoption happening, right? Even from some of the big banks who used to be, slightly tentative about cloud movement, cloud migration, worrying about privacy. I think we are increasingly seeing they also getting open to the idea of moving things to the cloud. As things go along, you also start seeing a convergence. When I say convergence, because you're talking of, multiple standards, multiple things. So as everything goes digital, as the entire data journey turns digital, you're likely to see more convergence happening in terms of standards so that, output of one can start speaking to the other in that journey. And along with that, compliance and security is also now kind of, coming of age with that. Okay. I think this is a graphic, again, something you would have seen most likely in LinkedIn, right? I mean, it's used in a different context, right? So a client says something, and then it gets passed on, by the business analyst is something, and then a software developer and the code, right? So which basically it's a reflection of miscommunication, right? So this is how, it's just from a product management or from a project management perspective, it's often software development perspective, it's often quoted. I think where I see a corollary is, today when you're dealing with this, there's a lot of chained information, right? So data, when I say, you're talking about third-party feeds, proprietary data, your own manual data, various kinds of documents, files, right? All this will have to get translated into templates, into analysis, and then it moves into financial models. Then those financial models in turn will have to move into repositories. You have your own publishing system, you have your own analytical system, and then this all moves into, your own platforms or platforms of the clients as well. So which means there is so much of chaining happening, right? So if you're kind of dealing with it in a desperate, distorted way, then getting them to speak with each other is a problem. So which means you need an end-to-end research platform, right? So right from data sourcing, in fact, data identification, all the way until dissemination, if you have an integrated platform, then that makes things easier for you to avoid the trouble of really going through, connecting the dots between platforms, between various data sets, between your analysis and so on. 2 minutes. Okay. The sixth trend that I'm projecting is the way fintechs have grown. I think a story that everybody would be familiar, right? Across these various data forms, I mean, this is just a very indicative list, right? I mean, I'm sure there are several hundreds out there well beyond this, right? Just to tell you, how the fintechs have come up, and what is critical is increasingly these fintechs are also, you're seeing a lot more of partnerships happening between research institutes or research organizations and these fintechs, right? So largely research was a in-house kind of an activity. It used to be a core. Everything was managed internally. Now increasingly you have these fintechs coming into play. A lot of partnership, be it in terms of just collating data for modeling, for platforms, for distribution. They're increasingly looking at a host of fintechs who are kind of operating in this financial research ecosystem. Right, and finally, with all this, talent requirements are evolving, right? So traditionally financial research, the core skills have been accounting, financial modeling, report writing. You need a good sector understanding. Industry experience, I think even earlier it was kind of considered special. So that still holds good. But outside that, right, there are a lot of other things, right? Statistical analysis, information management, market research, data science, quality control, process automation, visualization, linguism, content editing, right? So if you have just about one or two of these skills along with your core skills.
Since there are a lot of children here,
Wow.
you can give these are the areas where they can concentrate. So 2-3 tips you can give them.
Sure, sure. Okay, so these have become the new age skills which you need to be. I mean, obviously it's not possible for one to master everything, right? So essentially what you're talking about is core skills plus at least 2-3 skills that kind of laid out here. One, you need to kind of in a way go have a deeper understanding, and the others you should at least have a broad sense in terms of what they are, right? So especially I think statistical analysis and information management, if you look at it, I think those will serve you well, and a good exposure across the others as well is critical from a research perspective, right? To while there may be tools, while there may be platforms, how effectively you utilize those tools and platforms, I think for that to essentially come through, you need a good exposure towards each of these, and especially, as I said, at least a couple of them, preferably statistical analysis and information management in specific, will hold you in good stead. Okay, so what do these trends reveal overall? Right, so what has financial research turned out to be? It's turned out to be more digital, more automated, fast and frequent data oriented, analytically far more intense. It's become processing heavy, which means you need an effective ecosystem. It has become platform based. It's become partnership driven. It's no longer a solo business. And finally, it's also become multidisciplinary. Right, and that's where research is heading into, right? And as I see a lot of students here, wishing you all the best, and I hope a lot of you will move into the financial research journey in the days to come. Thank you. Thanks for it.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge on the topic. Now I welcome Professor Dr. Sri Kumar to present the memento to Mr. Guru Prasad Jambunathan.
I invite Mr. K.A. Uni Nair, Deputy Manufacturing Director, JK Tires and Industries Limited, Chennai, for the keynote address on the topic ESG framework and the way forward, bringing it all together. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Sri Kumar Veena, for inviting me to speak on a very interesting subject. I am basically from the manufacturing field. So this particular presentation, or for 15-20 minutes, I'll be taking in two parts. First is about the ESG, and second, what at JK Tyres are we doing in this? As you are all aware, environmental, social, and governance. This is what is ESG, and this is in the vogue. If you type in Google, you will get a lot of information about that. This is what is financial interest of the organization is focusing on sustainable and ethical impact. Most of the time, we are talking about our organization on its financial impact. How on the social and on the ethical, how that organization is going to work or going to be foreseen is what this ESG will be looking at. It will evaluate organization and also evaluate how in the future this organization will be performing. Now, if we take in the environmental natural resources, how it works on climate change, energy consumption, and energy source. Source has also become very, very important this last decade onwards. We see a lot of wind, solar coming into, and various environmental factors which get affected by the industries will be air and water quality, biodiversity, deforestation, energy performance, carbon footprint, including the greenhouse gas emission, natural resource depletion, and waste management and pollution. This is what about the environment. Then about the social, how that organization is focusing on the community relations which it operates and serves. Efforts to fund projects or institutions to help the poor and the underprivileged. Employee diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI. I think this was talked by the earlier speakers also. Employee engagement and relations, health and safety of the employee and the society, human rights, including the child labor and the slavery, and labor standards. This is what is, will take care of the social. And about the governance is what is the corporate policy, internal system controls to maintain the compliances, transparency, industry best practice, and the growth initiatives. Examples of governance include company's leadership, how is the board composition, diversity and structure, corruption, bribery, how that, what are the policies, donation and political lobbying, what are the systems, tax strategy, audit committee, internal control and regulatory policies, and does there exist a whistleblower also? Why does ESG matter? Consumer behaviors have changed, and mainly consumers are focused on becoming more sustainable. Consumers now look to recycle, minimize waste, and make greener choices. This behavior also influences its investments and decisions on financial investment choices. Investors want to finance companies committed to these practices. So investors are looking how truly organizations are practicing this, and investors seek to provide capital for companies whose values on environmental sustainability and social responsibility align with their own, and enhancing the stakeholder trust. This is what ESG, and ESG will also, benefits of this, investment returns certainly will go together. That is, the investment returns and the sustainability will go together. Otherwise, it was not that way. ESG will attract consumers, and ESG investing helps make other positive investment decisions. ESG attracts and retains quality employees, and ESG can cut cost. Now I'll take over to JK Tyres, from where I represent. We are among the top 3 tire manufacturers in the country and 22nd in the world. We do have 12 manufacturing setups, 9 in India and 3 in Mexico. What we have taken almost 5 years before, we have taken this 5 P approaches: people, planet, process, product, and prosperity. So in each of our business decision, we take all these 6 into consideration. five. This 5 P's derive everything. I'll be touching on each of these P's. People. For people, we are recognized as the great place to work in 2023. People, we do have investment, digital in productivity we are working on. Globe of Honor, this is a British system. We have got 3 locations, have got Globe of Honor. And SA 8000, ISO 45000, these are the management systems. And we do CSR, which benefits more than 10 lakhs. So in this, we take care of employment, health and safety, training and education, and on the local communities through CSR. And in the CSR, this is our 3 years. During the Corona time, we could not do. Other than the medical case, we could not do CSR. This is our CSR. And in CSR also, we take care of livelihood, environment, health, and education. Now about our the second P, planet. This is the most interesting, and tire industry, generally tire industry will be pursued as one which is spoiling the environment and which is not good. That's not the real case. We have brought down our carbon emission by 58% last 5 years. And the second is energy consumption, 28% we have brought down. That is not the 28% of the consumption we have brought down. Per metric ton of production, 28% we have brought down. That means it's totally on the efficiency. 29% of our usage is renewable. In this 29 also, the power is close to 55%, and the coal, which we use, that's about 20%. Then water consumption, 61% we have brought down per liter of production. You'll be surprised to know that our Rajasthan plant consumes the least water per metric ton of production globally also. Just understand Rajasthan. That's necessity is the mother of invention, they tell that. It consumes the least water for 1 metric ton of production. All our factories are zero liquid discharge factories. We have got zero waste to landfill. That means none of our waste are used for landfill. Either they become a raw material for some other industries or we consume it ourselves. And single-use plastics, all our units are free of any single-use plastics. Then in our product, this is the one, I think someone was talking about automobile industry, they talk. Rolling resistance of tire. This is a very important factor because when we talk about vehicles, there is so much, but very less is talked about tire. And actually in the vehicle, only the tire moves, rest all stays at the same place. And the rolling resistance of the tire is a very important factor. This comes under the BS6 norms also. We are improving this. With this, what happens is the fuel consumption reduces, but off with that, the rolling resistance reduces, your braking effect goes less. So we have to handle it very sensitively based on the performance. Then IoT powered smart tires we have started. You will be seeing in the advertisements. The smart tires. This will lower the carbon footprint. Then we have got the digital claim process, and puncture guard tire we have already introduced in our country. We are the first to introduce in India. Then we do have zero process waste generation. We have reduced 40% in the last 5 years. Then we do have our warehouse management and sustainability in procurement. We are getting it. Procurement means our raw material suppliers are also in this charge. And in the prosperity, we are making profit also with all this. So the message which our company would like to give it, you can make profit taking care of the earth. And we have, our ESG score is 75. Care Edge Research has done this. We have got awards globally also on the sustainability leadership. And our milestone, what we want to do further. is improve renewable energy to more than 70% by 2030, convert to green fuel, coal to biomass, mainly the problem is in the availability, approach to net zero through SBTI, and continuous improvement in energy efficiency and raw water consumption, material conservation through process efficiency improvement, that is manufacturing, and fine-tune scope through emission measurement and initiate planet to improve. This is what is our plan for the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Biju AB to present the memento to Mr. K.A. Uninayar.
Up next, we have an illuminating session of panel discussion. I would like to welcome Ms. Soni Ann Thomas for introducing the topic and opening the discussion. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. In the current dynamic workplace, employers demand smart generalists who can deliver outcomes outside their technical or theoretical competence. Universities provide the workforce necessary to run the industry, and it furnishes innovative ideas to start new business ventures. But this apparent relationship does not work so easily because of the inherent difference between the two. But the overwhelming pace of change in the outside environment is creating a compelling situation for these two different worlds to converge, address, and successfully meet some of the real-world problems. But still, there seems to be some noticeable discord between the two. This panel discussion on unfolding the future together, academia-industry convergence, will give us an insight into what more academia and industry can do to bring about the convergence. Today we have Dr. Paritosh Basu, Senior Director, Services, Strategy Consulting Private Limited, Mumbai, and adjunct faculty, NMIMS University and IIMK as the moderator. In the panel, we have Professor Dr. K. Srikumar, Head, Department of Commerce, Jain deemed to be University, Dr. K. Revraman, Expert Member, Kerala State Planning Board, Dr. Sindhuja R. Varma, Founder Director, Antara Consultancy and Chairwoman of IWN Kerala, and Professor Dr. P. A. Matthew, Chairman, Grace International Academy, Kollam. I request the moderator and the panel members to please come to the dais.
Are you good to go? All the mics are working? Okay.
So it's time for all of you to join us because we are not the experts. Experts are there in the audience. So it's said that academia industry, they are working although in the same societal ecosystem, but perhaps they are working from different pedestals. One cross-section of people and parents, they feel that industry is one side of the story with a different purpose and objective. The other side of the story is the academia, and they are not converging. But the people who are in industry and in academia, they are feeling that the kind of change and the pace of overwhelming change which is happening in the societal ecosystem, there is no need for continuing with that separation, but perhaps a convergence is needed. So what academia is trying to do? Academia is trying to give application-oriented learning and giving knowledge with soft skill. They are trying to make globally oriented, socially responsible, future-ready leaders for industry who can have a lot of potentials to create a lot of value in the industry. On the other hand, you have just heard the industry is moving towards the trident of environmental issues, societal issues, and the governance issues for the 5 Ps, and the last P being prosperity. In that particular ecosystem, the situation is that academia is trying to pick up problems from the society for creating solution for the industry. In between came our national education policy, and clause 4.5 wrote, curriculum content will be reduced in each subject to its core essentials to make space for critical thinking and more holistic inquiry-based, that is research-based, discovery-based, discussion-based, and analysis-based solving of problems. So we therefore need in this panel to discuss how we can make the kind of directional guidance enshrined in clause number 4.5 of National Education Policy. Although I was 34 years in industry and 9 years in teaching, and of course in hybrid model for teaching and industry together for about 10 years, I thought I'll keep my comments all reserved. I have an expert member of panelists here with me. So what I will do, I'll have 2 rounds of questions. I'll fire questions to them, and that's my job only. And they have to defend themselves with those questions. But before I start firing, I will request you to fire some questions from the audience to the panel so that they can keep in mind that what kind of information you are looking from the panel. Can we have some microphone in the audience, please? 1 or 2 comments from anybody which you want our speakers to keep in mind? Yeah, please.
First of all, welcome to all the dignitaries. So my first question, now UGC has announced professor in practice. The thing is, the academia is lacking the practical skills which is demanded by the industries. So there is a skill gap still prevailing. So in order to fill the skill gap, the UGC has announced the professor in practice. So a person can join directly from the industry to the academics directly. So that's a professor in practice. No other PhD and other qualifications papers are not required. So in this context, I have to say these things. This can be put forth in the future discussions.
So I'll request my learned panelists to kindly bear it in mind because this is a request from them. We'll come to that later. Any other bullet from the audience? Fire your AK-47, please. No firing? Yeah.
My question is that being a person who is into this academic for nearly 1 decade, I just want to know that how we can include this practicality when we are teaching, because we have to follow some syllabus which is provided by the university or something. How we can, as academicians, how we can include this practicality when we are delivering the content. That
So
can
your
all-
problem is how to change the clause 4.5.
No, no, no.
So how to bring clause 4.5 into academics?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Any other? I'll give 1 or 2 more opportunities because we have to wrap up. So if that is over, then what I'm going to do, I'm going to start with Professor Sri Kumar. The first round will be of 4 minutes and the second round will be of 4 minutes. So 4 speakers, 4 into 4, 16 into 2, 32 minutes for them, and I'll take 1 or 2 minutes in between. Okay, so I'll start with Professor Sri Kumar. Professor Sri Kumar, you have heard my prelude and you have heard a couple of points salvoed by them. So can you please set the context of this panel discussion session and let us know what you as a panel member think about it and what Jain University is thinking about it and what particularly you are doing in that direction.
Thank you, Anne, and thank you, Dr. Biju, for your questions. And thank you, Dr. Basu, for this opportunity. When we look at the education system today, what is it? You admit students, make them write the exam, give certificates. So these colleges and universities have become degree awarding factories. But the children who come to the class with varying backgrounds, diverse backgrounds, economic as well as social and cultural backgrounds. We ring the bell, the class starts, the teacher comes with those notes which she or he studied during his college days, deliver it in the class. But that teacher must have learned this years before, maybe decades before. The syllabus has not changed, the syllabus is same. I was listening to our friend Amiya Tripathi saying that the role of CFO has not changed. The perception about the CFO has changed. So the industrial revolution, at that time, we wanted more output. So it was cost reduction to produce more. And the same model we have adopted into the education system, which is a big failure. We don't require an NEP to understand this. Now we are talking about NEP 2020 documentation. But the systems, whether it is in India or in China or in the Orient or in the Europe or the West, we had enough and more systems to understand this. Because the education system should provide that particular society in which that we are in. And the problems of Europe is not that of our country, or it is the US, it is not that of our country. So each country, it has got its own problems. So how do we really prepare this generation to meet those challenges? We can bring certain standardizations. Like for example, we use Bloom's taxonomy. We teach international courses in our curricula. And we have the Bloom's taxonomy, which talks about the knowledge level to skill level to critical thinking and challenging the status quo. Yes, that is all. But it was there. In each country will have in their own system, it is already there. So we are only trying to reinventing the wheel through this NEP. Each country has got its own skill requirements, knowledge requirements, and competency levels. So how do we incorporate this into so instead of looking the students to admit them and give them certificates, please look at them as the workforce of tomorrow. If you look at them as the workforce of tomorrow, are we able to identify what are the jobs that are going to be there? 80% of the jobs which are likely to be there, we don't have any clue. We only know about 20% of what the works could be. And how do we prepare? So first we have to improve the skills of the teachers who impart that. So if you look at the backgrounds of the teachers, and most of them, they do not have any industry background or any work experience. So the teachers themselves do not have an idea, and the students they have not seen businesses or industry practices at all. So it is something like teaching a human being who has not, teaching psychology to somebody who has not seen a human being at all. So this is the disconnect which we have to break. So this is what I want to tell you about. Now, how do we do it in Jain? Jain, fortunately, all our courses are contemporary. I teach a few courses of the strategy level courses in the commerce stream, both at undergraduate and postgraduate. We are teaching the integrated courses. Either it is with the ACCA UK or CMA USA or CMA UK. Those are built on very clear, their national assessment councils have passed those syllabuses and which are based on Bloom's taxonomy. So it is a case-based kind of learning. But again, we have the problem. The students who are sitting in the class, they are not of the same caliber. So we have somebody who understands debit and credit only. Somebody is slightly above that, they can prepare financial statements. But above that, the critical thinking aspect is still missing, because that kind of training, which has to happen, the questioning of the status quo, that kind of critical thinking that should come only through questioning in the school education. But in the school education system, children are not allowed to ask questions to the teachers. Then how do you expect the students to? So the Socratic thinking should come from the school level, so that the critical thinking process in the brains of the children, that will come naturally. So if they can ask questions, then we should be able to find answers. We may not, as teachers, we may not have all the answers, because we also have come through the same process. But we can find, it is just like chasing the knowledge and getting it into our system. So therefore, it requires research. So the Jain University approach is all integrated with the university courses, which are prevalent and popular in the European and the Western countries. So that is one advantage Jain. Then secondly, you asked about the syllabus and practice. I think Anu had asked that question. The syllabus and the practice. So the teacher should get trained in the area of your expertise. So for example, if you are teaching an accounting course, have you ever seen a general ledger? Have you ever finalized an account, the closing of final accounts of any companies? You are teaching financial reporting. Have you ever seen how the accounting standards or IFRS are getting reported into the financial statements? Have you ever read an annual report on your own? Ask this question, you'll get the answer. Coming to Biju's question on professor in practice, there are two ways that in my journey, I worked in the industry for about 16 years, both national level and global. I also have started teaching in B school, so business academics to now to pure accounting courses like, as I just mentioned before, global accounting courses in Jain's Department of Commerce. In my official career, we find that the qualified accountants, it is a very elite group, okay, because the numbers are with them. So like the business doctor who says that, whether your BP or your sugar levels are high or dangerous, the accountants are business doctors, they will tell that whether the company's health system is all right or not. So we always carry, a little advantage over the other functions. Because the CEO will ask for numbers, and he believes that the numbers given by the finance professional is authentic. But there are people who will also question your numbers. So you, as an accountant, you have got this, by the virtue of your qualification, you are respected. But it has got certain benchmarks. You have got intermediate and final exams to pass to get that qualification, which is very, very difficult. Now you will find equal number of professionals in the same department who are more brilliant, but they have not passed the exam. So those people have better insights sometimes. They understand the integration of the financial, general purpose financial reports, your profit or loss statement, SOPL or SAFP or cash flow statement, how it is integrated. They will have sometimes better understanding than somebody who has passed the exam. So passing the examination does not mean that you have matching amount of expertise. So that will come only through experience. So those professionals, even though they are not qualified by the certifying bodies, but they have got the experience of being there in the war front, they have got the experience to explain to the children that this is how actually battles are, this is how wars are won.
Professor Srikumar, I'll pick up from there.
Thank you.
My idea of teaching, case-based teaching is, in Socratic method of teaching a case, I think at times you find students giving answer which is better than the answer you are planning to give. So that's a very unique position. So I'll come to our next panelist, Dr. Ravi Raman. Dr. Ravi Raman, you don a very, very enviable position. You are a member of a state planning board. I have personally read your short CV. Google Uncle helped me to read that CV, and it is very, very impressive. So from that perspective, as a member of a planning board, I will request you to kindly elucidate the topic which you have chosen for our panel discussion session. That is the convergence topic. This is your first mandate, and your second mandate is that, do you think that the gap is converging, widening? Is it still there? Or if it is not converging, then what are the reasons responsible for that? And you have 4 minutes of the first round.
Yeah, thanks, Paritosh. It's wonderful questions. Thanks, Paritosh. Interesting questions. But, I wish to say that, there are two types of planners. One category of planners, they just foresee the, what is called the emerging opportunities and plan accordingly to seize those opportunities. You have yet another category of planners, basically who continue to ruminate over the lost opportunities. I am proud to say that the planners of the government of Kerala, who are also the advisors to the government of Kerala, basically belong to the first category. So we are also quite serious about the kind of things that you are discussing here, because we also want to bridge the gap between industry and the academia. I mean, it is true that there is a big, huge gap between these two domains, but I would say that this gap is narrowing down. I mean, if you look at the recent study done by, I think, PhD of Chamber of Commerce, they have revealed that, look, this gap is very huge. First of all, the overall performance of the Indian state is very poor. But at the same time, if you look at the performance of these two South Indian states, say Kerala and Karnataka, the performance is better, far better. And it's equally better with respect to some larger states like West Bengal, Maharashtra, Gujarat, and so on. So what I wish to say is that, first of all, it is so weak. The linkage is weak, the ties are weak, is not strong. But at the same time, I would say that in South India it is rather strong, but it's coming down. Specifically because, most of these states started having what's called a very different kind of a policy design with respect to the question how best we could bridge the gap between industry and what is called academia. The point is that, you need to comprehend the complexities of this gap. What could be the reason for this gap? That we need to know. The first reason is, I have already mentioned that it's a policy gap. So we need to have a policy science, policy design to bridge this gap. And secondly, perhaps that's the most important thing I would say, that, there should be some sort of mutual respectability and mutual responsibility, or I would say a reciprocity between academia and industry. The academia should be ready to incorporate the interests of the corporate capital or the industries and also the MSMEs and like that. But the MSMEs and the corporate capital should also be ready to invest in the universities, whether in the form of labs or in promoting research activities or even in setting up private universities and like that. Or say, if you look at, I would say more than 60 countries in the world having what is called training levy, They have separate research funds for this. But in India, you don't find that sort of things. So why don't we go for imposing some sort of a levy on the corporate sector so that you could mobilize some resources exclusively for training the students. You can go for that. You can have a very imaginative sort of internship program. We don't do that. And that's one of the reasons why you find that the practicality question is coming up whenever you go to the classroom. So you don't go for what is called joint certification programs. You don't go for joint curriculum preparation. So all such things are very much there. So unless and until you go for a very different imaginative program in bridging the gap, I would say that the gap would continue. But at the same time, let us start with some form of positivity. And I'm optimistic in saying that at least in Kerala, I mean, this gap is narrowing down.
In Bengali, it is said, "Jab tak saas, tab tak aas." Matlab, as long as we breathe, that much time we hope. So let's hope that the gap will be bridged. Now, let me come to Dr. Sindhuja. Dr. Sindhuja, you are in a very unique position. You are kind of a consulting position. Of course, you have done your corporate world also. But I'll put you in the pedestal of a consultant and request you to reflect on the theme of today's session from the perspective of women education and their deployment. I don't want you to put academics and industry into witness boxes and take their defense and arguments, etc. But I would like you to get into the issue of diagnosing the problem appropriately. And unless we diagnose, we'll not be able to find the solution properly. So my perspective to ask you the question that, and just in 4 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Basu. Am I audible? Check. Yes? Okay. So that question for me has two parts, and I'll address it one after the other. So the first part is looking at it as a neutral person, not taking sides, right? And the second is about the women employability part. So taking the first, which is my perspective. So first I need to share that I come in with close to 30 years, that's 3 decades of industry experience across sectors. I also have spent after schooling 14 years in the academic world, University of Kerala and then University of Delhi, working my way through a doctorate in environmental psychology. So I am fairly mindful of the limitations, the challenges, and the opportunities that exist in today's academic world. Let me start with industry. So I may tend, because of my 3 decades of experience, I may tend to go more from, or come more from the industry experience space, and I'll try to balance it out. You can check me. So let's look at industry and what's happening in the industry. 2 key trends. The first one, ESG. I think I came in late after lunch, but even after lunch, the topic has been touched upon very powerfully. And we also had the moderator, Dr. Basu, touching on it. So I'll talk more about the second major trend in industry, which is Industry 4.0. Is anybody in the room familiar with Industry 4.0? Thank you. Happening. So it also goes by the name of the 4th industrial revolution. And why is that? So Industry 4.0 is looking at digitalization of industry, right? And that's a global target. How are we doing in India? Not so great, and let's look at why. So Industry 4.0 facilitates the connection between the digital and the physical, and it improves the quality of collaborative processes across departments, let's say in manufacturing. So we're talking of more automation, we're talking of employment of smart machines and smart factories, informed data, helping to produce goods more efficiently and productively across the value chain. Now, essentially speaking, we're talking of digitalization bringing in a more comprehensive and interconnected approach to manufacturing. Having said that, industry cannot achieve this on its own, right? It has to have the strong support of the backbone of a good education system that supports this target. Now, besides part of Industry 4.0 is also clearly setting out 10 top skill sets, must-have skill sets of the future. In fact, it's said that 80+% of the workforce, global workforce, will have to reskill and upskill in the next 5 to 8 years to retain their jobs. And that's a harsh reality. Reskill towards these skills that are listed, the top 10 must-have skills. Anybody knows what I'm talking about? Industry 4.0 skills. What could they be? Any thoughts? It's already mentioned. I think Jain University is already working on topics like critical thinking, innovation, creativity, effective problem solving, openness to learn. So there's a whole list of 10 key skill sets. Now I'm going to handpick 3 of what I think are the top 3. So for me, critical thinking is key because once you start challenging the status quo, which I heard earlier panelists referring to as non-existent in our education system, once you start challenging the status quo, innovation, creativity, new ideas start flowing, right? So critical thinking is key. Second for me there is eagerness to learn anything new, new technology. And technology is fast changing in this world. And the third is cognitive load management. For me, essentially, that is filtering out and focusing and prioritizing, right? Overarching these 3, I think what's missed out in the top 10 skill sets is the power of communication. Now, when I say communication, I want to highlight the importance of mastering the PLC of communication. And I'll expand the PLC. P is communication where people are involved, communicating to people in your teams. The second P is platforms. So today you have different platforms you communicate from. So you have the in-person like this or virtual or the phygital. So that's the P. The L is communicating across levels. And C, in today's global world, we're talking of communication and effective communication across cultures, right? So that's the PLC of communication. And for me, the basis to make sure that the PLC of communication happens is the skill, the simple skill of listening. Okay? So having said that, you can see that there's a very, you can see that a more comprehensive, interconnected approach can happen when academia supports industry generating talent that can be just picked. Industry can do the plug and play. Is that happening now? No, not really, no. Right? So the question is, why are more education institutes and universities not coming up with new courses? Knowing the need out there, why are you not coming up with new courses such as cybersecurity, data analytics, robotics, 3D printing, AI, cloud computing, you name it? You don't. So if I want to look at search in the Google for EV. EV is a big topic today, right, in the auto industry, in the motor industry. EV design, if you type, there's not a single university that's offering it. It's Great Lakes certification that's available. And it's such a happening space in India. So just drawing your attention to the huge gap out there. Now, I'll go to the second part of your question, which is about
You have just 1 minute more maximum.
women employability. That has two aspects. The entry point, at the point of entry, I believe, and as somebody who's recruited from a multinational and gone out there to campuses, hiring is gender agnostic. We don't look at the gender when we are hiring, right? We look at skill sets. But that doesn't mean that there are no issues and challenges in terms of keeping women in the workforce. It's a whole different set of challenges where you can see that a lot of organizations, entry-level average is about 60% women, 40 to 60%. As you go higher up, it goes to less than 5% in the top echelons of management. So we're talking of two different things here. But at the point of entry, I wouldn't say that there's any difference between genders, right? So I leave that thought.
Yeah. So you mean to say that there is absolutely no competition between women and men in the field of deployment in the lower rank?
Not really, and I was working for the past 15 years in a multinational, and it doesn't matter. We always focused on the skills. Now, because we also have a strong diversity, equity, and inclusion policy, if we have two candidates at par, and they are from different genders, we would go for the woman.
Okay. Okay, let me pick up from there and come to Dr. Matthew. Dr. Matthew, your background is the mother of all social sciences, which is the money and value part of it and economics. You are a professor, and now you are not only a professor, but also a facilitator of education. So can you please pick up the point from that perspective and analyze the issue of convergence between academic and education? Let me just remind you and our listeners that those who are in industry today, they have also crossed past the temple doors of academic institutions. If they have crossed past the temple doors of academic institutions, why they have forgotten to come back to those temple doors and help the academic institutions when they are in industry? Where is the issue? Are we failing as academicians to bring them back?
Thank you, sir. I belong to a tribe of people who will go on rooftops and shout that the emperor does not have clothes. And I'm going to do that now. And if I'm going to actually, say, wake up the students who are sitting out there, and that's my main intention. Okay. എന്താണ് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം? കേരളത്തിലെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസവും ഇന്ത്യയിലെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസവും ആനെ മരം കയറാൻ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നതാണ്. Okay. And I will tell with one. It's actually teaching how to make the elephants climb the tree. Okay, and I'll tell you why it is so. Number one, Srimas has told about the fact what kind of systems we have. We have a factory system. Wherein, say, if, in a class, some of the most famous colleges in Bangalore, okay, and this host of people going from Kerala to Bangalore, in a class of BCom, they have 90 students. Okay, and this is the standard practice. And I'm talking about graduation and post-graduation, it goes to around 70 students. How do you give personal attention with around, say, 90 and 70 students?
Correct.
And number one point. Okay, now if you ask the college, and these are colleges with 50 and 60 and even 150 years of PhD history, which means that there is zero capital expenditure. So it's only variable cost which is involved, and the university, which is supposed to be, some of them are deemed universities, deemed to be universities. Some of them are state universities. Some of them are autonomous colleges. And this is the kind of people who run away from Kerala to Bangalore to teach. And I was part of those colleges at one point of time. Number one, second point is that what kind of education we have in most of these other places, including in Kerala, okay, and I will come back to whatever the sir was trying to talk about Kerala, okay, which is basically very interesting. We have something called rote learning. Okay, rote learning is, അത് മലയാളത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കാണാ പഠിച്ചിട്ട് ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ പരീക്ഷയ്ക്ക് എഴുതുന്നതിനെയാണ് ഈ rote learning എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. I don't know if there is anything else other than rote learning which is prevalent in state universities in Kerala, state universities in India, and most of the universities in India. Other than for very, very few pockets of greatness, most of the universities in India follow what we call rote learning. Now, if you have rote learning, I think we kept on talking about critical thinking, great ideas. Okay, in fact, UN has identified 4 skills as the skills of the 21st century. And the number one thing is critical thinking. Second thing is creativity. Again, a great word, beautiful word. Where do you get creativity with rote learning? Third one is communication. I consider that there are 2 Indias. One is India, another one is Bharat. Okay. Now, Ernakulam is basically India. Okay. A place from where I come from, Punalur, is called basically Bharat, where they have 10 or 12 years of English education, and they come out and they will not be able to understand one sentence of English, number one, and they will not be able to speak one sentence of English. What is the reason for that? You have great teachers who get state-funded salaries, okay, and they get around, say, close to about 1 lakh of rupees. That's what they get every month, okay. But they don't know how to speak in English. And they teach these kids in English medium, and these kids come out of the schools without even knowing one sentence of English. And you ask all the students sitting out there whether they had the similar experience, and you'll get the same answer. Okay. I'm telling you as a practitioner, I'm telling you as a teacher, I'm telling you as an entrepreneur who had this experience of looking at it. Now I'm going to come back to Kerala experience. Okay. Kerala made great policies. The great policies were so good that most of the people wants to go to Canada, most of the people wants to go to England, most of the people wants to go to anywhere outside Kerala. Okay, anywhere outside Kerala, which includes Madras University, Bangalore University to study. Now, another interesting aspect is that last year in the universities in Kerala, which we are talking about, aided as well as the government colleges, there was 30% of the seats vacant for BSc Mathematics and most of the science courses, which includes fundamental sciences. Now, if the policies are so good, why is that seats are vacant? The problem is that Kerala's education is crumbling. Okay, they have great school education, but again, you have problems of English education out there. Higher education systems is made up of people who has got no connection with higher education. You have, small-time politicians controlling the syndicate. You have, a university which actually calls itself as the, what do I say, 5-star ranking in terms of, accreditation. But then the syllabus is so outdated that, they have not had an academic council changing the syllabus. And I can say this with a lot of authority because I have not seen the syllabus change. When the UGC told them to change the syllabus with regard to the 21st century courses, they made a syllabus within basically, I think around 2 or 3 weeks. They cut and pasted. Okay, that's the great advantage of profs out here. They cut and pasted and made a syllabus and asked them to base. And it's almost after, say, in some cases, they got the syllabus after basically, I think 6 months after the classes started. So this is the great policy making of Kerala, and I don't think this is anywhere different in any other state universities. You have, let's go up the ladder. Okay, you have a great organization called UGC. Okay, in that you have around 500 universities, which includes deemed and all kinds of universities. Then you have close to about 20,000 colleges under them, one organization. Then you have AICT, and one of the ladies asked a question with regard to whether there's something about professorship. I'll tell you my experience as a professor around, say, 25 years back. Okay, so when I started off teaching in the MBA institutes, you had more people from the industry. Okay, and it was great basically because of the fact that they brought in a lot of experience. Then I think the AICT came out with this rule there that there's a category called doctorate, okay, which actually talks about the fact that no, we get a PhD, okay. Now, PhD is a very good terminology, okay, in the sense, no, say, it's called Doctor of Philosophy. But the actual thing about PhD is that, no, if you ask profs, why do they want to do a PhD? It is for increment, okay, and how many of them actually produce papers after they got their PhDs? How many of them actually went to the industry to know what is happening in the industry after they got their PhD? How many of them actually took up a topic which is relevant to the industry as a PhD topic? Which essentially means that our system has failed in terms of so many parameters. You actually know, say, brought in this whole concept of PhDs as part of the teaching faculty to make sure that no, the education system is richer, but then it failed. So if you ask me whether it's a good thing to go back to industry and get the industry experts, yes, definitely yes. Okay, definitely yes. Okay. When I was seeing him speak last night, and I in fact asked him, sir, you are much older than me, okay, and you're talking about blockchain, okay, and people like me who are much younger than him, okay, whenever you hear terminologies like blockchain and other technical things, no, you say, no, I don't want to get. I'm actually trying to tell that this is the mindset of a teacher. This is the mindset of, say, a lot of us who are trying to create new waves in the mind of the people. So fundamentally, there is a huge problem in the way we think, okay, the teachers think. So if the teachers don't change, okay, what is the point of, say, blaming the other people about it? This is the second point which I want to say. Third one is whether you have some kind of, continuous learning, lifelong learning. I don't think there's any lifelong learning out there anymore. If you have lifelong learning, okay, probably like, say, you will go back to the industry. You will take up the problems of the industry in terms of live projects. You will take up say, issues which is basically more industry relevant. I don't think it is basically happening in any of the academic. I don't know, there could be exceptions, but most of the places I don't think it happens, especially in the undergraduate in the space of India. And finally, it's about say, knowledge transfer. What is knowledge transfer? I would actually talk in terms of say, faculty development programs. How many faculty development programs? Faculty development programs are, say, good fun. Okay, I think me and Srimas are all part of this kind of networks where you get good lunch. Okay, and then you go in for basically like, say, you hear certain things. But how many of us actually, say, go and practice whatever we learn in terms of faculty development programs? So these are the kind of issues which I find very, very interesting in the case of India. But let's go back to the top part, okay, where we talk about the great India, okay, in which how much of, say, GDP we spend on higher education? That's very interesting. We spend 0.37, when countries like US spends like 1.47. And we crawl ourselves, we want to actually, say, compete with China, okay, we want to compete with all the countries in the world, and we want to say that, we are a great country. First of all, you invest on education. And then you make sure that, say, it runs well. Without saying all these things, it's very, very easy to say that, say, we are a great country, we are actually doing everything for higher education. By coming out of the policy document, you can say that, you feel that, you can make changes. I don't think so. I probably reach a stage where I realize that, say, not everything is black and white. Okay, there's a lot of gray everywhere. Okay, and when you see this policy decisions and other things, say, the first thought is basically very cynical because you know that how things work. So when I hear about, say, policies in Kerala, and when I hear about, say, Kerala University getting, say, A+ and other things, I want to laugh out. And I laughed out so much that, I almost fell down from the chair.
I think so. The gray matters, that is what we have to attack. And the gray matter mostly lies with the professors themselves and the policymakers most probably. I'll come to you, Ravi Ramanji, but before that, next round will be of only 2 minutes for our speakers. Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes, definitely, because first round it didn't take much of time. So coming to Professor Srikumar, I'll just like to hear from you. In 1 minute, what is your view to solve the problem? In 1 minute, what is Jain University doing to solve the problem?
Thank you, sir. No, this is the cock and bull story. As Dr. Matthew has already mentioned about it, we have been trying to refine the teaching community for quite a long time. We will never say that we have failed. marginally we have been successful. The problem is when we say that the teachers themselves do not have exposure, it is not the problem of the teacher. Are the gates of the industries are open for teachers to go and learn? It is not there. So we have started initiatives in that direction. We have signed an MOU with the Confederation of Industry, where we'll jointly develop curriculum. We'll teach those courses. Our teachers will be trained in that, and they will visit the various the member bodies, the member companies of CII. So these things are in the pipeline. That is what Jain is doing. Secondly, what was your second question, sir?
My second question is, what is your own personal view about it?
Yeah, own personal view is the change should start from school level. The teaching jobs have become something like that. If you don't get any other job, go for teaching. That kind of teachers should be changed. They are the thought leaders. So people who have got that calling, they want to be teachers should be brought in. And that is not large in numbers. It is a microscopic minority. So identifying the quality of the teaching, again, the commercial considerations like 90 students sitting in a class, they want to make money. And that is how the education system, Dr. Matthew rightly pointed out that, whether it is in Kerala or any other place, it has become just teaching shops, and you bring somebody to teach who do not know their subjects at all. So how do we refine that system? So as far as Jain is concerned, coming back to own university, all our courses are accredited or affiliated to some leading organization. So for example, the commerce stream which I am dealing with, we don't have a standalone BCom course. Either it is certified with the KPMG Capital Markets Program or Institute of Analytics Program. So those syllabuses are being integrated into the Jain University. All our courses are contemporary. Every 6 months, we have the Board of Studies revising the syllabus. This semester, a student learns a paper. Maybe for the next batch coming to the same semester, that paper may not be there. So that is the speed at which we are changing. We are very clear about, yesterday I think that our chairman spoke to, of course, Dr. Raviraman was not there. All of this, he spoke about the vision of the university. And we are moving very fast. We are changing the tracks. We are becoming more and more contemporary. We are working very closely with the leading professional institutions like the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. We are also working in close association with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Company Secretaries of India in the commerce education, and data science or forensic science or marine science, all these advanced courses, we are working with the collaborators across the world. So this is how we have looked at education. And education should produce people to create more number of jobs. So there is a thrust on entrepreneurship, and the skill building, vocational training has become a major part of the skill building activities in the university. And of course, we also prepare for people who are looking for jobs. 66% of all our students are placed in well-known companies. That is my answer, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So when I was in hybrid model, I was doing part-time teaching and also in industry. I thought that students are also coming on Sunday who are executive students, and I'm also an executive, so we understand their language and they understand my language. But when I picked up as a senior professor of a business academic school, I was thinking that if they are doing so much of asynchronous learning from Google Uncle and the books, then why should they come to my class? What unique I have to deliver to my students that they will feel like coming to my class and say, hey, ma'am, we learned from you a lot that what Google Uncle can't tell me or my books can't tell me. From that perspective, I'll come to this planning commission member and request you to bring some perspective from Professor Matthew and tell us, where are you trying to match the gap between the policy implementation and higher allocation of money to education? Why are you coming down to the Mother Earth and saying, hey, schools and colleges, here we are the planners for you, tell us what is to be done?
Thank you, Paridosh. I mean, yeah.
You said I'm a big provocator. I'm not really talking about a provocator.
Yes.
I'm trying to get the answer from
Yeah. Thank you so much. First of all, I must say that, if you're in an image trap, then you would lose the power to make any predictive judgments. So the first thing, as a critical scholar, that you are supposed to do is to escape from your own image trap. The point is that in this case, that is, in the case of bridging the gap between academia and industry, the Chamber of Commerce itself has admitted that Kerala's performance is fantastic. The South Indian states, Karnataka and Kerala, they perform perhaps the best in terms of scaling. So what does it mean? Either you accept it or you prove it with some counter evidence. That's the point. I mean, if you continue to make an argument that, look, I mean, you have education and then you go abroad and like that, what's the problem in going abroad? I mean, don't continue to say that it's a brain drain. That's again is a false perspective. It's not brain drain. It all is part of the flow of human capital throughout the history. It has always been taking place. So I think we need to be more careful when we make that sort of comments. And of course, we don't have much time, otherwise I could explain it more. And coming to Srikumar's point, of course, critical thinking is important. But I make a request that critical thinking is not something we should be confined to science subject alone. It should be extended to humanities. No industrialist, no corporate capital, other than the philanthropists, are ready to invest in critical humanities disciplines. They all invest. You take the case of UK, for instance. They continue to close down most of the social science departments. Again, you take the US and like that. So, the corporate capital is not ready to invest in critical thinking in humanities. That's the point. Why we need to go for critical thinking? At the end of the day, we need to know how best we could humanize our lifescape. And that's why that we want to go for critical thinking. So unless and until you are not in a position to humanize your lifescape, then, you will continue to make your arguments that, look, in the earlier session, I was hearing it carefully, that, look, the ratio of corporate profitability to GDP has come down. It is true, or rather it was low. It is true, but, you forget the fact that the corporate tax has been reducing. It has always been reducing for the last 2 budgets. You know why? It is just for favoring the corporate capital. But in Kerala, we have a very different project. We want to protect the social sector. So we want to spend more funds to what is called the skilling programs, as Dr. Sindhuja has rightly pointed out. We have more than 35 departments conducting skilling programs. And that's one of the reasons why you find that our performance in bridging the gap is narrowing down. That's why our performance is getting better. That's the point that we need to know. So we have, say, CASE, Kerala Academy for Skills Excellence. We have ASAP, we have CADISC, and many departments undertake that sort of programs. Anyway, coming back to your point, sir, Kerala government has undertaken so many initiatives. I could just read out this. First of all, for science, technology, and innovation. That's part of what is called the largest scheme that we wanted to highlight in the name of what is called Centers of Excellence and Innovation. We are going to have not less than half a dozen of Centers of Excellence and Innovation. You please wait for the budget, Yeah, I'm not revealing the secret of the budget, but it has already been discussed and it's there in the public media. We have decided to go for what is called all kinds of industry institute interaction cells attached to various polytechnics and ITIs, and that will come up. And we also go for what is called production and training centers along with polytechnics and ITIs. And and this sort of incubation centers and like that. We are investing in these things, and that's one of the reasons why we are in a position to reduce the gap between industry and what is called academia. And my last 2 points, one is that, we also go for, and coming to your question, ma'am, the thing is that we go for joint curriculum preparation. We have made sure that the industry is participating in preparing the curriculum. That's very important. And next stage, we would certainly go for joint certification. We all know that the vocationalization of education, how important it is. We know that NCVQ and like that. And that's very much there, the point that that gentleman has raised, with respect to what is called the professor of practice. That is, that's in alliance with what is called new education policy 2020. I'm not saying that I'm supporting the new education policy 2020 in its totality. No, I have my own disagreements with that. But at the same time, it has got its own strengths in terms of what is called bridging the gap between industry and academia. And also, it promotes all kinds of startups and like that. So what I'm trying to say is that overall, there is some sort of a change taking place. That's very much there. And coming back to Kerala, I would say that there is a mega change that's taking place, specifically because of various reasons. First of all, you have a very historical legacy of the left forces in Kerala. So you have a very different kind of a social democratic state. You need to take care of the people first. And then only you can think of what is called the corporate capital or other sorts of big units of capital and like that. Secondly, you have Malayalis the world over having all kinds of technological, what is called experience, also exposed to various management practices. That's very important. And that's one of the reasons why nowadays we go for these non-resident Malayalis, thinking that they could be the mentors for the startups coming up in Kerala. So we welcome the non-resident Malayalis who got all kinds of exposures to the latest technologies, all kinds of exposures to the most recent managerial techniques to come forward and support the what is called the startup programs that we have undertaken in Kerala. That's point number one. Secondly, it is true that we have one mismatch. That is, of course, Matthew also raised that point, that look, this enrollment of students, if you look at Kerala, you find that there is an increased enrollment of students in engineering sciences and other colleges and like that. But if you look at the enrollment of students in ITIs and also polytechnics, you would see that it has come down. There is a big mismatch between these two. We are trying to resolve it, and as part of that, we also want to emulate the German model of duality. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with that notion of German model of duality. The German model of duality insists that, as a student, you are there in the class only for 3 days. The rest of the days, you are working with an industry. You are in a factory. You are a worker. And this is how that you need to go for this sort of a synthesis. That's my point. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I take Lord Sri Krishna not as a Dharma Guru. I take him as a management guru. And the management guru has told us, do whatever has happened, as long as mankind is there, there will be chagda. Means there will be quarrel. So let's forget that. Let us do our karma. If we do good karma, we will take good results. From that perspective, let us come to the Sindhu, that's the wide river, and request you to kindly tell us what exactly we would have to do. Particularly from the perspective of a neutral person like a consultant like you.
Thank you once again. Attempting to stay neutral. I'll pick on a quote from Benjamin Franklin. He said, "Tell me something and I forget. Teach me something I may remember, adapted." And you involve me in a task and I learn. So I think I'm referring to the point raised by Dr. Matthews, where the education system is so grounded in rote learning. Read, write, remember. It's time to break free. And experiential learning is the way forward. Now, we had questions on how do we bring in practical elements. And I'll answer it, that's also, my answer is also addressing the question raised by Professor Biju. So I have to, I'd like to bring or share a personal experience. My youngest son, an NIT grad, got admission in Columbia University in New York. So it was a big culture change for him when he went there from a pure academic approach perspective. So sometimes when I call him or message him to say, okay, can we speak at, because we had to align our times, he would say, no, Amma, 7:30 to 9:30 p.m. for me, I'll be in the university. That's when, so he took admission for MS in civil engineering with geotechnical as his specialization. He's a tunnel engineer by profession today, based out of Vancouver. But I still remember him saying, no, I don't want to miss his sessions. None of us want to do that because they have a faculty from the department addressing the theoretical part and a stalwart from industry and big names from industry stepping into sessions. And the only time they can do that, because they're working professionals, is 7:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. And not a student would miss the session. So you can see the value and the power of bringing in working professionals. And what does the industry get out of it besides the pay factor that they get additional? I think the representatives of industry would get to assess the cream.
Yes.
And they get the best talent from those classes, right? So that's the huge takeaway. Now, I just shared that because the way forward is this concept of adjunct faculty, where a paper would have core professors bringing in the conceptual and the theoretical part, which is important as well. Now, adding the practical experience would be the industry equivalent who can handle such a paper from a pure practical perspective, right? So that's, I'm hoping, sort of answering your question. In terms of my recommendations, we know that collaboration is the key, right? Industry has to collaborate with academia. It's just not happening. I think I'd like to pick the positivity referred to by Dr. Raman earlier, and say that the positive of a panel discussion like this, the first step towards bringing the change is engaging in conversations, and that's what's happening here. Okay, so we need to have more of these conversations. We need to create forums which engage stalwarts from industry and academia talking together to bring changes in the curricula. I know Dr. Matthews shared a pretty eye-opening, and what we know is happening in the education sector, right? Whether it's at the state level or UGC level, but it's time to break that. Now, the how part I'll leave for now, but I'll share what I think should happen. Basically, create common forums and go for adjunct faculty approach. What do we want? We want an innovative approach to education which integrates Industry 4.0 requirements. We want policy reforms, and we want some governmental push and support there. And with the planning commission member here, planning board member here.
Become the crystallizer.
Yeah, so just a thought, and I'm going to go a little bit imaginative in my recommendations. I think I'll also refer to one more point raised by Dr. Matthews of change in mindset of teachers. I think an attitudinal change is the need of the hour, because today's system encourages competition among students, because we are going for top performing students, right? You egg them on, you go for grades. The theme in industry has shifted. It's no longer competition. What do you think the theme in industry is? I'm a corporate trainer myself. And every training session on leadership, when I do activities to check whether this is happening, it's not happening. What is happening out there is competition. versus collaboration. The need of the hour is collaboration. But what happens the minute you put them in an activity and you say you're being timed, something happens and people go into high competition mode. And then you give one more input and challenge them at a different level, and then it's like something hit them, and then they start collaborating. Collaboration rarely flows in team activities. That's what's been demonstrated consistently. So a huge attitudinal change in terms of that shift from competition to collaboration is the need of the hour. The change in teaching methodology, I already mentioned. My recommendation, I'm going to go a bit imaginative here. You may challenge the practicality, but we really need to think beyond realms to really actually bring something and make something happen. So we know that we want industry and academia to collaborate. As a fallout from the adjunct faculty concept, why cannot industries adopt certain academic institutions relevant to their line of work? When I say adopt, it means everything from getting guest faculty, adjunct faculty, providing internships, providing mentoring and guidance to the students, exchange of R&D information, etc. So one is adoption of institute by an industry relevant. Second is how do we push these stalwarts of industry into the academic space? How do we push them to give back? So I'm going to just quickly step into a different space. In the corporate world, there's a huge change and shift that's happening in the space of corporate social responsibility in corporates. Why is that? 2019, there was an act which pushed every company which makes average net profit, and they've defined certain criteria. If you're making profit, 2% of that must go into the CSR fund. 2013?
Okay.
Okay, sorry, my mistake. So you can see in the past 6 to 10, almost 10 years now, the change, and there's a whole lot of governance and structure that's been defined to kind of make this happen. Now, what I'm saying is mandates and statutes can make a difference, right? Make a difference to create the culture, and after a while you take away that statute once you establish the culture. So in a similar way, there's a statute, and this I'm fairly sure it's 2013. This is where there is, it's mandatory now for every board to have a woman independent director. Right? So when this was, so between 2013 and 2016, in just 3 years, what did this mandate do? There was a 180% jump in the representation of women in boards. So in terms of percentages, it might be small. So from 4.9, it jumped to some 13.7 or so. And that's just 3 years, and it's shot way beyond after that, right? So what I'm proposing, how do we bring these industrialists into the academia? They need to get something out of it. What about tax rebates? If I fall in a certain bracket, and if I represent a certain industry, at a corporate level, if I'm representing the company, can my company not be awarded some kind of a tax rebate, which would actually hit the bottom line? And if I'm an entrepreneur, I could take it at an individual level. So is that something that's worth exploring as an incentive, to incentivize industry participation in academia? These are just some of my thoughts. And
Thank
I
you so
will
much, ma'am.
leave with
And
that.
I will now request Dr. Matthew to do a very sacred job. I'm sure he will make a set of bullet points which has emerged out of this panel discussion and share with Jain University and perhaps take home for his own facility also. But request kindly give us 5 to 10 major points which has emerged not as a problem but as a solution to the issue we were discussing. And I'll personally request you to please send a mail to Professor Sri Kumar with all your points which you have noted down. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. I will just summarize the whole discussion into few points. I know that it's not comprehensive, but I'll try to do my level best. One, I think one of the most important point is that industry must be open, and that change is very important if you want to have any kind of academia industry interface working out in a very fruitful manner. And if you want to change the educational sector, okay, I think the most important part is to change at the school level. And from there, I think you can move up the ladder, okay, you move up to the ladder in terms of higher education, where the skill building has to come in as the key factor in terms of changing the way higher education functions. So what is the way out with regard to rote learning? I think one of the most important aspects is basically experiential learning. And by experiential learning, you can bring in critical thinking, you can bring in creativity, you can bring in collaboration into the whole perspective of higher education. With regard to how do you bring in things which will improve the collaboration aspect of the industry, the industry experts should come into the classes, not only as adjunct faculty, they can come in as mentors, they can come in terms of, say, sharing the ideas, they can talk in terms of, say, sharing the R&D information. Again, the industry should be focused on basically collaboration and how this collaboration can be taken to the next level in terms of, say, policy reforms. And policy reforms can come from a macro level, that is from the perspective of, say, 2013 company law, which actually talks about contribution of 2% for the CSR. And that mandate in the company law has changed the way a lot of companies contribute to the society, and this can be made even more better by incentivizing them in terms of tax rebates. So these are the changes which is required at the macro level. With coming specifically to Kerala, okay, Kerala has taken a lot of interesting steps in terms of changing the gap between the industry and the academia, and especially with regard to skill development. The Kerala Academy of Skill Development Center for Excellence and Innovation are basically centers which are not there in basically many other states. And Kerala has taken the step forward in terms of developing these centers and helping the people in terms of say finding the required skills. And the particular model what Kerala follows is basically more in terms of basically protecting the social sector. And with regard to that, there is basically more in terms of inviting the NRIs to be the mentors for the entrepreneurs. There's a huge startup ecosystem which is developed in Kerala, and this German model, I think he talked about German model, in which you spend 3 days in the classroom and 3 days in the industry. It is basically a way by which say Kerala can actually see the skill gap being built in a large way. And on the whole, if you look at it, I think the most important aspect is that India is the youngest nation. And if you want to get the best out of the dividend of this thing, when other societies are basically like becoming an aging society. You take the example of say Japan. In the 1980s, they were doing very well in terms of their economy. But for the last 20-30 years, Japan has been stagnant. And that's the same case with regard to even China for that matter. See, China is going to be an aging society in maybe say 5 years to 10 years time. And that's where the Indian chance will come. And at that moment of time, if you are not ready, we will be missing the boat one more time. Okay, and this will be the best way by which, say, you can celebrate the 100 years of, say, independence, maybe like, say, another 25 years down the line. So thank you very much.
So we will not make that happen. Here is a promise from the students community that they will not make it happen. With that happy note, let's end this session with a big round of applause of our panel members. We really enriched the session and we are so happy to be amongst you. Thank you, Dr. Mathu. Thank you so much, Dr. Sindhuja. Thank you so much. Thank you for making it happen. Thank you so much, and we hope we have learned a lot out of this panel discussion session.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I would like to thank all the delegates for their time and for sharing their insights on the topic. Now I request Professor Dr. Shirish C. Srivastava to present the memento to Professor Dr. Sri Kumar. Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. K.L. Lajeesh to present the memento to Professor Dr. Sri Kumar. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Mr. S. Shaktimani, CFO of FACT Limited, to present the memento to Dr. Sindhuja Varma and Professor Dr. P.A. Matthew. Professor Dr. P.A. Matthew on stage. Thank you, sir. We will now continue the keynote addresses. Here now, I request Mr. C. Pratap Mohan Nair, Associate Director of PwC Kochi, over to the stage for the keynote address on the topic, Driving Investment into Sustainable Infrastructure. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. Yeah. So, how was the last session? Is there anybody out here? Hello? How was the last session? I actually came in, slightly in the afternoon, but I thought that was one of the fantastic sessions that probably this conference would be having. I think it was about 100 years of experience staying in front of you and deliberating on what would happen and what should happen and what had happened. That was really wonderful. And, I'm extremely happy that there were some brilliant takeaways by all four of them. And I hope that gets implemented, in the coming days. So here I am. at the outset again, it's a bit of a cliche, but I should congratulate the Chancellor, Dr. Sri Kumar, Veena and Soni for putting this together. It's been a wonderful panel. I've gone through the agenda. I know that it's more or less the students out here, but I'll tell you, it was one of these days like this, quite about a couple of decades back. I attended one of those sessions, and that transformed my life as a professional. So I hope one of those sessions out here would touch one of you guys or each one of you guys and change your professional life in the days to come. Having said that, let me put on record my condolence to Dr. Leda for two reasons. I am one of her students in College of Engineering Trivandrum way back in the late 90s. And I also had the opportunity to interact with engineer Anil Kumar in various capacities over a period of time. Such a wonderful human being, such a wonderful professional. I am also part of a couple of other WhatsApp groups where condolences are pouring on the kind of person he used to be. Right. And one more note I want to mention is, the speakers had an interaction yesterday evening with the Chancellor. It was just out of the world. I'll tell you, it was just simple, straight from the heart, commonsensical things, but the kind of takeaways, the kind of experiences we have shared, the kind of takeaways we had was again wonderful. And I'll tell you, no wonder Jain is going to go heights. With that, I'll just come into my area. I'm sure the kind of interactions which you have had over the last many hours was more on digital, accounting, commerce, but this is something different that I'm going to talk to you. This is on sustainable infrastructure. So talking about infrastructure, I'll have to take you through some timelines. So as on date, if you're looking back, we have had developments happening right from the industrial development stage. And development was driven by fuels, burning of fuels, construction, and whatnot, vehicles, transportation. And I've come across one article quite some time back. It was written in the late 60s, which said that come 2000s, there will be global warming and there will be a lot of issues with respect to the way we operate factories. And come just into 2000s, actually, we are facing that. So we are at this point of time having a lot of carbon footprints. I think you guys understand what is that. There's a lot of pollution happening and there are a lot of carbon dioxide being produced and it is heating our atmosphere. And again, we are still going on constructing, we are still going on developing airports, ports, roads, ship, whatever. To get the situation right, what should we be doing? Because every day, when it's so warm out there, we used to think, what is happening? What can be done right? OECD says that $7 trillion has to be invested for the next 7 to 8 years to make the situation right. I'll call you, India is just about $3 trillion economy. So $7 trillion every year for about another 7 years, it's going to be very difficult. So what's up next? I have some pointers for you to the future. No prizes for that. Why? Because these are the things which we say in our everyday life. The first pointer is climate change. I clearly remember those days when I used to be a young boy looking at Doordarshan and seeing floods in Assam. But in 2018, I just saw that happening in my house, staying in Ernakulam and certain places in Trivandrum as well. There's a lot of democratic shift happening. The health indices have gone up, the education standards have gone up, and with respect to that, there's a lot of democratic shift happening, which is again in real. And the last one, but the least, especially for Kerala, Kerala is a straight, complete urbanized, it's a city, it's a continuous city. I mean, if you have traveled to places like Tamil Nadu or Bihar, UP, you cover a city, then after that, about 15 kilometers, you get to see another city. But in Kerala, it's not like that. So these are, excuse me, the pointers for the future, which we all know. So there is no prize for that. But, oh God. But climate change, again, is going to be there, as I mentioned. And with respect to that, we are looking forward to certain things. We have seen rooftop solars coming up. We have seen windmills coming up. We have been discussing about battery packs, that is cells for home as well as electric vehicles. And again, we are also speaking about clean water. I'll tell you, we in Kerala, for that matter, you all sitting in Kerala, have never come across these situations. I'll tell you, you guys will have to move out of Kerala and then travel in other parts of India to understand how blessed we are. These are the kind of challenges that we are going to face in another probably 5 to 10 years to come. Demographic shift. Again, I'll tell you, there's a lot of people are working, people are educated, there are a lot of health indices happening, the quality of life happening, so we need to give them houses, we need to give hospitals for taking care of them, as well as education institutions, social infrastructure, including educational institutions. We have government setups, but I'm extremely happy to have setups like this. Jain University, private universities coming in and extending education to people. And this is one thing which is going to happen more and more. We have only one, at this point of time, one private university in Kerala, but I see with the NEP coming in, there will be many institutions coming up. And again, urbanization. It's connectivity, not only transportation, but digital connectivity. There is something called K-Phone, which is coming up, the Kerala Fiber Optic Network, which is a unique program for Government of Kerala, where internet will be given to downtrodden, the people at the bottom of the pyramid. So these are the things which is really keeping us moving. Now, all these things put together, I'll tell you, there is concentration happening on driving environmental resilience. As I mentioned a bit earlier, in 2018, we never expected a flood to come. It actually came in, it came to our doorsteps, it came into our home. There will be a lot of concentration which is coming upon environmental resilience. We'll be more concentrating on giving health and education to people. And as I mentioned a bit earlier, it will be connectivity, not only physical, not only transportation, but also digital connectivity. So these are the things which is going to really take us forward, and not in a normal manner, but on a sustainable infrastructure level. Now, when we are mentioning about climate change, most of the kind of discussion used to happen with respect to diesel as a fuel, as well as burning of forest and things like that. At this point of time, there's a lot of research happening, and we are trying to replace the fuel. It's hydrogen. And the moment when I am talking now, there is a huge conference happening in Delhi to make sure that hydrogen comes as a normal fuel in another 5 years. Why hydrogen? Hydrogen has a number of unique advantages. It is less cost, it has diverse domestic sources, it has excellent energy carrier capacity, it can be refueled in a much better fashion. And I'll tell you, the hydrogen mission of Government of India was proposed just about a couple of weeks back, and it is going to make a sea change. If you have not heard about it, I'll tell you, go speak to your family, your friends, saying that the fuel is going to change, and it is going to be hydrogen in another 5 to 8 years from now. What would happen with respect to the hydrogen mission? And I'll tell you, this is going to be one of the critical infrastructure which is going to come up, and which is going to change all our life. And that's why I'm mentioning about this. It will bring in 1 lakh crore import savings. It will bring in 6 lakh jobs, and it will produce 50 million metric ton carbon dioxide annually. Emissions will be averted, which is going to make a lot of change with respect to the warm climate which we are facing. And it has also come up with about 20,000 crores of outlay, and a total investment of 8 lakh crores over the next 8 years. I'll tell you, this can influence at least a handful of people out here in their career. And do you think that Kerala was not doing anything on this? Well, Kerala have been working on hydrogen for the last 2.5 years. I repeat, last 2.5 years. At the government level, there used to be, there is, it's not that used to be, there is a core group which was working on hydrogen, and I myself is a part of that. And yesterday, when Sri Suhas IAS came in, he was also a part of this original thought which popped up from our side, and then it went on to the planning commission, and then it was taken up by Mr. Amitabh Kant, and then came this novel concept of hydrogen mission. So Kerala is up here, and CIAL is adopting, as you all know, CIAL has adopted solar as one of their energy, and they've gone global as the only airport which is using solar as energy, and they are now switching on to hydrogen. So beware, hydrogen is going to come. Now, Madam Sindhuja was mentioning about Industry 4.4, Industry 4.0. Well, just for an elaboration, Industry 4.0, the 4 generations of industry, where the first was mechanization, the second one was mass production, third one was automation, but the fourth one is smart factory automation. Like that, there is something else also happened, which is called Electricity 4.0. I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, as well as students, a lot of transformation is happening here. You are one of those blessed ones to see things happen, but maybe in a much faster way. We got to see that in a much slower fashion, like maybe a slow motion, but for you, these things are happening on a much faster fashion. So Industry 4.0 has happened, Electricity 4.0 has happened, and I'll tell you, there is something new going to come. It is called Infrastructure 4.0. Like what has happened in industry as well as electricity, infrastructure is also going to get wired. Infrastructure is also going to get connected. And it will be, the whole system will be interconnected. Like especially in any place, we know, once a road is laid out, after a couple of weeks, somebody would come and evacuate. And once actually, the water lines are put, after some time, somebody would come and, excavate for something else, for telecom. That is going to go. We'll have an interconnected system, which would be a part of Infrastructure 4.0. We'll have all the people, all the users connected to the system, and they'll know how much they have consumed, how much they are going to pay. And it will also empower the engineers, the designers, on designing most efficient and most novel designs as far as infrastructure development is concerned. It is again going to frame and reframe almost all, the way we look at it, and it will also help us in bringing economies of scale and environmental and social outcomes. Last but not the least, Infrastructure 4.0 will help in upskilling, which was mentioned more than a couple of times here. Upskilling not only the people who are doing it, the entire gamut of people, right from the engineers to the people who will be doing it on the road, and they will also be garnering experiences of senior engineers who have gone, and also we'll be empowering the board. Why? Because in one of those discussions a bit earlier, there was some discussion happening that the boards may not really understand what is really happening. Maybe a couple of people will be knowing, or maybe 50% of the people are knowing, but that skill gap is going to be covered by this system of Infrastructure 4.0. Now, how can we take up this Infrastructure 4.0? There are 3 steps to follow, and I'll tell you, you and me, all of us have a role in it, one way or another. The first one is digital innovation. Digital innovation means all the existing, current, and upcoming projects will be wired, will be digitized. Details of where the pipes are, where the current lines are going, where the telephone lines are going, where the internet lines are going, everything will be digitized. There will be tools to integrate all these systems, and there will be tools to see the mega scale or the complexity of all these networks. I clearly understand, or I clearly recall, when I was traveling to Bangkok, the kind of cables going through the streets of Bangkok is quite confusing. You just can't make out which wire goes to where. A miniature of that used to happen in our place, but not anymore. Everything will be wired and everything will be digitized. Projects will be outcome focused. I mean, it is not that it is not outcome focused as of now, but it will be clearly followed up. There will be a monitoring and evaluation process coming up. There will be a systemic approach, and there will be a holistic approach on how projects will be taken up. All the stakeholders, it includes you and me, as well as the people in government. Everybody would know what is happening, and there will be an enterprise approach. Now, enterprise approach are happening in corporate. You see things in total. That's called enterprise approach. But now I'll tell you, with infrastructure 4.0, it's going to have an enterprise approach for us. Even our house, our the society we stay, the area we stay, everything will be connected, and there will be an enterprise approach happening. And a great example of this is happening in the UK right now, which is the Anglia Water. It's a 400 million pound project, which is connecting which is not only giving water, but actually it looks at emission, it looks at pollution, it looks at how the people working in the project and how the entire community is responding. So these kind of change, it is going to happen in a I'll tell you, in another 5 to 10 years, because disruption is happening everywhere. We never knew that. I clearly remember those days when I was just graduating. There was no mobile phones, and now there is no life without mobile phones. So things are going much faster, and these things are going to come. And last but not the least, public-private partnerships. Yesterday evening, when we were discussing, Chancellor was mentioning about PPPs, and it has really become the order of the day. PPPs was a novel idea. It was actually pushed by the Asian Development Bank and World Bank. I mean, I had a couple of stints in both those organizations in my career. And we really pushed PPPs to government to see to it that public-private partnerships happen. And I'll tell you, India is one of the pioneering countries as far as PPPs are concerned. In an Indian perspective, we have about 350 projects, which is about $4 trillion. And Kerala, for that matter, have about 12 projects, which is about $350 million pipeline. PPPs are really ruling. If you are traveling in a highway, with especially Kerala and maybe probably somewhere outside, if you have those goods road laid out, and also it's a bit pinching if you are paying the tolls, I'll tell you, it's all because of PPPs. India's infrastructure have gone leaps and bounds over the last 12 years because of PPP. I can clearly vouch for that because I'm a certified PPP specialist, one of the very few who used to be when I qualified as a certified PPP specialist. And I'll tell you, PPPs are really taken up. It is not only on road, but it has actually on ports, water, ports, airports, health, education, everywhere. And PPPs are here to stay. And digital innovation and financing PPPs is slowly taking those things over as well. An example, I can tell you hundreds of examples in India, but actually I'd like to take this example of Autobahn in Germany, which is a 76-kilometer motorway. It's a 6-line project. From zero to complete commission took about 5 years. Took only about 5 years, including land acquisition. If it's India, it would have taken much more. And again, so what we are trying to do, what is sustainable infrastructure, which I'm talking about, is it is something to be built better. No status quo. It is not going to be business as usual. It is going to be built better. I mean, while the COVID was on, it was built back better, but now it's different. It's built better, and it's going to be a system approach. It's going to be interconnected, and there is a disadvantage to that. Wherever we go, somebody would follow us. But still, it's going to be built, it's getting built better. And yes, so I told you where we started, where we were, where we are going, and then a couple of pointers with respect to the fuel and the trend, Industry 4.0. This one has been mentioned a number of times, and I really don't want to go again and again as far as ESG is concerned. But I would like to touch upon a couple of points as far as ESG is concerned. Now, I'm sure everybody know what is ESG at this point of time, especially on the back. I mean, everybody in the front clearly knows, but the students, I think you clearly understand ESG. But as far as investments are concerned for infrastructure and private investment for that matter, government is not investing on all projects. And when PPP came in, and private sector is willing to take up projects, but there's a huge risk associated with PPPs. And the risk, and I'll tell you, being in this gamut of PPP operations for about 20 years, initially we never knew how to identify risk. When we understood how to identify risk, we never knew how to bear the risk. When we understood how to bear the risk, then we don't know how to quantify this. Who will take it? What is the kind of investment coming in? And who will take the pinch? Now, as far as ESG is concerned, it has been used as a tool by investors, by private investors, including bankers, to see how solid this project is. It looks at, the investors look at the risk associated with it and how resilient it is. It is a measure, it is a sign, but again, there's a lot on ESG than a measure and sign and ticking the checkbox. Unfortunately, just about 6 months back, I was talking to a government officer, I won't say from where, and I mentioned about ESG to him, and he said, yeah, we are doing ESG. I asked him what you're doing. We are checking boxes. It was quite unfortunate to know that coming from a consulting background, and the person who has done this, it was kind of I was taken aback. But then I thought, at least they know what is ESG. At least they started. At least the ball has started rolling. Again. Okay, so yeah, I've got a call. I mean, I think I'll be there in another 5 minutes. So, and I'll tell you, there's a lot of money with investors, and investors are hungry, but if you show them projects which is worthwhile, they are ready to invest. And ESG at this point of time is considered as a measure. ESG tells us the accountability and also the the societal implications. So each private sector operator or the financial, when it comes, they look at ESG as a measure. And I'll tell you, the ESG funds is going to quadruple, if not more, in the next 2 to 3 years to come. So ESG again is going to stay. And I'll tell you, you students out here, you have a good career on ESG. If you can plan properly, if you can do your research properly, if you can do your thesis or this thing properly, you can get into this bandwagon. This will stay for another 20 years to come. Something like PPPs, when I was doing my post-graduation, a session like this to introduce PPPs to me, and I'm still talking about PPPs, and it's going to stay. I'm telling you, ESG is going to stay again. And last couple of slides, infrastructure financing. Almost everybody knows it. It's just simple, especially people in front know, and your professors would tell you, but I just have a couple of points to mention. See, finding investments for infrastructure development is the key. Now, they have funds. How to bring funds into the project is the most difficult thing. Everybody is doing it. Government of India is doing it, Government of Kerala is doing it, the G20 is doing it, the OECD, ADB, World Bank, you name it. Everybody is looking forward to bring in funds into infrastructure, but there's a lot of challenges. There's a green market which has come up, but there is only 1% of investment which have come into green market. There's a lot of money pending. Investment requirement, as I mentioned when I started, is about 7 trillion every year for the next so many years to come. And bankable projects are less. And I'll tell you, students like you, coming into this sector, can work on projects and try to see how projects can be made bankable genuinely. Private sector, again, they have money, but they are reluctant, because if they don't have savings coming in, they'll not invest. But institutional investors, organizations are ready to come and invest. The only thing is we have to structure projects in such a way that we have to develop projects with sustainable, on a sustainable infrastructure format, with ESG, with alternative fuels, if fuel is a criteria, and then wrap it up in a way that it is sustainable. Then actually we'll get funds coming in. So what happens right now, because there are a number of projects, but projects are not sustainable, or financiers are finding it difficult. So what is happening at this point of time is entire on a global scale, there is a new system which is being developed. It's called labeling. It's called labeling. Yes, it's exactly what you thought. You take up a product out of your shelf, you look at the label for the details, you like it, you take it. You don't like it, you keep it back. Right? So at this point of time, there's a lot of thought after COP 2026. There's a lot of thought happening on labeling of infrastructure projects. It's called finance to alternate the sustainable transition infrastructure. It's called fast infra, where it's a hallmark, where globally the labeling is happening on a common platform, so that people or investors or consortiums can come look at those projects, make sure that it gives benefits to them, it gives benefits to the society, to the corporate, or whoever are the stakeholders. So this labeling is really going to take the world by storm, and this will really help us bring a lot of projects. Especially, there is no gimmicks like checking boxes. There is no gimmick like structuring it on a not a proper fashion will happen when these labeling will come. And this is going to be a game changer for a lot of infrastructure professionals like us. So, and again, government is going to be a player always. And government will have to minimize interest rates as well as lower tax rates as well as investment in infrastructure is concerned. That goes without saying. This was my last slide. But I have a couple of points to mention, especially when I'm talking on a platform on Jain, where especially again we discussed a lot of things with the Chancellor. There's a lot of change happening in the industry, in infrastructure, in telecom, in whatever. But I'll tell you, financing, which is the core of your institution, there's a lot of things, a lot of space for financial experts, especially in a space called project financing. We have finance, we have corporate finance, a lot of other things happening. But project finance is a niche area which is coming up. There are only very, very handful of people who can understand, who can read those models. And I'll tell you, if you guys in the institution can come up with a module or a paper on project financing, that is going to really touch the life of many of your students. And another paper which I want to mention is on policy, public policy. Now, as Dr. Reviraman mentioned, they are planning the policy. I had a discussion with him, outside. I had a stint with the skill development bandwagon of Government of Kerala. I used to be the CEO of the Kerala Academy for Skills for a short period of time. We tried to do a lot of things, but the policy was not really structured well. Now, he was also mentioning about the skill development policy today. There's a lot of space on policy planning, policy analysis, and that is, again, one area there is very less traction as far as education or academics is concerned. Policy as well as project financing is being taught in IITs and IIMs, and I've been fortunately part of those. But I'll tell you, it has to come down. These kinds of things have to come down. It has to trickle down to come in the institutions like ours. And we have to develop people, youngsters who can read, who can understand project finance, who can understand policy planning, and over a period of time, contribute to development of infrastructure and other areas which we have discussed. I think I didn't shoot the time, and thank you very much for the opportunity. It was wonderful to be out here. Looking forward.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Madhu Kumar, Joint Controller of Examination, Jain deemed to be University, to present the memento to Mr. C. Pratap Mohan Nair.
And now for the keynote address on the topic Cloud ERP, Powering the Intelligent Enterprise of Tomorrow. I would like to invite Professor Shirish C. Srivastava, GS1 France Chair on Digital Content for Omnichannel HEC, Paris. Welcome, sir.
So very good afternoon to all of you. I know being a speaker towards the end of the day is always challenging because, you know, most of the people are pretty tired. Some people are walking out. So it's always a challenge, but I hope that, you know, it evokes some interest. And I promise that I have got a stopwatch here. So I'll keep my talk to 20 minutes. That's the time that has been assigned to me, right? So just as a starter, I'll try to keep my talk within 20 minutes. But before the 20 minutes, I just had a few thoughts about the interesting panel that you witnessed. So this panel was actually, it evoked a lot of, you know, thoughts as it was going forward. Especially, there were some comments made about, you know, what professors should do, how students should actually, you know, react in the class, and the role of practice professors. So I thought I'll just give all of you my 2 cents, and probably it might actually help you think about my perspective and how things go on in countries, I mean, at least in France, US, and Singapore. I mean, those are the 3 countries I have spent some time in academics. So first of all, let me start by saying that the professors are not teachers. Teaching is just one of the functions of professors. Professors have 2 prime functions. So one is knowledge dissemination, which is the teaching part. The second part is knowledge creation, which is a very important part, and which is the part which is played by research. And tomorrow you have an exciting conference lined up. That's a very important part, which people don't talk about much here, especially in India. We're not talking about it much, but that is a very important part to create knowledge. And important part to consider here is, I think one of the you know, panelists, I think Professor Sindhuja or Dr. Sindhuja was talking about, she was talking about that somebody has to push the knowledge boundaries. So industry, academia collaboration can be done in various ways. It is not only about reskilling. Reskilling is one aspect which I think all the speakers have talked about. But another very critical component is about re-knowledging. Somebody has to create what skills need to be, you know, taught to the people. It is not about only the current skills. We have to be resilient to the future also. And that comes from research, right? So, I mean, there are, as I mentioned, I mean, in brief, 2 functions for the professors: knowledge creation, knowledge dissemination. We are heavily focusing on knowledge dissemination. It's good to have, you know, adjunct professors. It's good to have professors of practice who can actually provide what are the current trends, what is required by the industry, that is reskilling. But also, you know, professors at the cutting edge of research can probably re-knowledge the skills that are needed for the industry in the coming years. So there has to be a collaboration with the industry for research as well. I think that is something that we need to consider about. So I just wanted to start with my 2 cents before I go on to the, you know, to the topic of discussion. But I think this can be something which I would like to talk about informally with the students or professors, as I'm here tomorrow as well, you know, interacting with you, you know, for this wonderful conference. So, so thanks a lot, first of all, to the organizers for inviting me here. Thanks to Professor Dr. Shri Kumar and Dr. Verma, who have been in touch with me, contacting me, and the reason why I'm here today. So thanks to the organization for the organization of this wonderful conference. So let me start by you know, talking about the topic of discussion, which is about cloud ERP. That's a topic, you know, which was you know, assigned to me, that, you know, this is something that people would like to hear about. And since I do a lot of research in the area of digital. I do a lot of work on artificial intelligence, data analytics, social media, innovation. I mean, those are the topics that most of my projects are working on. And many of the things that you were hearing about, you know, so those are the areas on which I, you know, dabble with on a daily basis with my PhD students. So for this topic, I'll be talking to you about cloud ERP. And I know many of you are aware of ERP. ERP is very closely intertwined with accounting and finance. As we all know, many of the firms are actually looking at implementing ERP projects in their organizations, especially manufacturing firms. And accounting is probably the first target of the firm which actually employs enterprise resource planning, right? But it is something which is very new. Cloud ERP especially is very new. So I thought, let me first talk. I'll just have 2 or 3 slides, not a lot. I'll first of all talk about why ERP is important. Why ERP? Why should we consider ERP? Then we'll go on to understanding why cloud ERP. What are the challenges with traditional ERP, enterprise ERP, and how we transition from enterprise ERP to cloud ERP, right? So but this transition also poses certain challenges. Then we'll talk about those challenges, which are the challenges for you, whether you are an industry person or you are an academic or a student. Those are the challenges which can be taken up as research projects, which can be taken up as industry challenges, right? So those are the things which I'll leave you with, 4 or 5, challenges that probably you can consider as your research topics or as your projects as you go forward. Right, so that is the scheme of things. I just wanted to make it clear the roadmap of things that that you will see in the next 15 minutes now that I have. Right. So why ERP? Why should we care? Why should we care? Why are we talking about ERP? ERP has been around. When I was doing my MBA, I got a formal training in BAN, which probably is something you won't even hear now because it has merged with other major organizations, right? I mean, we can only hear of SAP or Oracle or, some of those old remnants of JD Edwards, some people talk about even now. But most of the old ERP systems that we got training on when I was actually doing my MBA about 25 years back or 30 years back, they have disappeared, right? So why ERP? What is happening now? So first of all, if you just look at the market size, again, I'm not going to repeat all these figures here. We see that it has a significant market size, right? It is growing. It is not something which is becoming less. It is increasing day by day. Actually, in the coming years, we see a great projection, and especially if you see the last point here in market size, there was a recent survey where 53% said that ERP was an investment priority for enterprises. So definitely, industry is really concerned if that is something that we are actually worried about. And we see that there is a great increase in Asia Pacific. There is a huge uptake which is happening in Asia Pacific region. So we have to be bothered about it, right? So this is what the market is, doing. But is it creating an impact? Yes, people are actually reacting. Especially industry is very intelligent, right? So they respond to things only which create an impact. So first of all, there have been studies, and I'll provide you the sources from where these studies have been taken. 95% of the businesses see an improvement, right? And there was another recent study which talked about that, as I already said, that 89% of the people identified that accounting was the most critical function or was the starting point in most of the organizations. So I believe that's another reason why we all sitting here should be concerned about it. But one thing we should know, when we think about ERP, when we think about centralized database, when we think about doing all these things, we have to know that ERP is not about accounting. Although it impacts accounting a lot, it impacts a lot of things in the organization in addition to accounting. Accounting is just one of the functions in ERP. So what does ERP do, right? So what does ERP do? We have to step back a bit, not look at ERP only as a software, but as a very profound software that does a lot of things that we need to be concerned about if we really want to see how it creates an impact, right? And then only we can transition to cloud ERP. So let's see that. In the next slide, we'll try to see what ERP is. I'm sure your professors will have talked a lot about this in the class, but let me just try to summarize it. It's my again, thought, what I think ERP is over the years. So first of all, ERP is definitely a software, but it is something which is about business processes. It is not about a function. It is about all the business processes, right? Which are within the organization. As I said, accounting is just one function. What it does, it is basically allowing you to understand, develop, suggest, and automate. It does all these 4 things together. What does it mean? What does it mean? So let me just try to be more clear. What it does? It is an integration of different functions in the organization, right? It is not really one centralized database that just does accounting, you won't have the benefit. Unless and until you actually incorporate and bring in more functions into the a gamut of activities that the ERP does. So systems like CRM, or I hope you all probably understand customer relationship management, human capital management, supply chain management, all these things are integrated here, right? Now, one thing that you need to understand about ERP, why business processes, why have I put that in quotation marks here? Now, when ERP was evolving, or enterprise resource systems were evolving or developing, they had inbuilt processes within the software, which were the industry best practices. They were the industry best practices. So once you adopt the software and follow everything that is written in the software, you are actually implementing the best processes within that particular industry. So let's say automobile industry. You implement a module of ERP from automobile industry. You are buying a package which has all the best practices which have been compiled over the years along with the software, right? But the important thing here to understand is that these best practices which are embedded in the software, they may not be existing in your organization. So you will have to change some of the processes within your organization, which is a big challenge. The easier thing is, I will tell the software vendor, change the process in the software to suit my existing practices. That's the easier option. But the more difficult option is the change management part, because there is a conflict between the industry best practices and the legacy processes, right? So you can customize the software, or you can customize your organization to suit the industry best practices which are embedded within the software. So that is the basic premise you have to remember, right? So there is, when you implement, so there has to be something like a convergence of the two, right? So you cannot have all the industry best practices implemented, because you cannot change your organization completely. Same is the case, you cannot change the software fully. So there has to be a midway, somewhere, middle ground. So you make some changes in the software, make some changes in the, your organization, and you come to a middle ground where you actually, do this kind of a change, right? So now, the important thing, there is a need for experimentation, change management, right? So so this was happening within an enterprise. This was an enterprise, the traditional model of ERP. How does cloud come into the picture? So let me throw in one additional variable of the cloud. So in cloud, what happens is, instead of buying, because this was a software which is very expensive, very hard to implement, right? So people said, okay, we don't want to buy this software, and many of the firms were excluded. They were not included, in this. So they said, okay, can it be provided as a SaaS, software as a service? I believe all the audience knows what software as a service is in cloud computing. So can we have on subscription model? I think one of the speakers talked about the subscription model. So this is a subscription model where you don't have to buy the software, you're using software as a service, right? So that's where the cloud comes in. So with this, the accessibility definitely improves. So what changes in terms of, in terms of implementation of cloud ERP over the traditional ERP? Now you can start thinking about it. What are the benefits and what are the downsides, right? So if you think about it, enterprise ERP and cloud ERP, so here there is a huge investment because you are buying, you are implementing. Here you don't have to, right? So you are having a software as a service model, right? Subscription-based model, as somebody put it, as one of the speakers had put it earlier. Here, just gestation period for implementation is huge because you are doing a lot of effort in, there is a lot of negotiation that goes on in the development of the software, in customization of the software. Here, it is much faster, and there are different modules. You can accelerate, you can have, packages which already have these processes inbuilt. So a lot of things can be done in a very fast fashion. Again, here, change management, a huge effort is required. Here, allows you to experiment. What works, what doesn't work. You don't buy everything. You basically rent it like it's a rental. You don't like it, change it. It's like Uber, right? So it's a Uber of, ERP, right? So inflexibility. Here, the difficult, once you decide something, it is very inflexible. You can't change it. Here, You can ramp up, ramp down, depending on the capacity that you need, depending on the modules that you need, you can actually adapt. Security, here you have to put in a lot of effort in securing the databases. Here, the cloud provider. Of course, security is a big issue here also, but the cloud provider has to provide that security. Here, there is maintenance. You have to manage the upgrades in enterprise ERP. Here, the maintenance is done by the cloud provider. Right? So those are some of the advantages that you see here. Right? So you see that there is some kind of advantage in using some of the, let's say the constraints of ERP, which were there, they are actually covered by the cloud. If we switch to the cloud, we have certain advantages. Accessibility, here, deep pockets. You need a lot of, money or resources. In this case, startups can also implement. SMEs can also implement, right? So we see that there is a kind of a, it makes it more accessible. I mean, we have been talking about DEI. This is not about DEI in the organization, but organizations can be included. Even, people can experiment, right? It is accessible technology for everyone. So that's what is happening here. Now, this all looks very rosy, right? Looks very interesting. Then why aren't people adopting it? And when I talked to, I mean, 2 or 3 days back, I was meeting Google in Doha, and another, organization in Qatar, where we were discussing about, these kind of challenges. What is the problem? Why is, for example, I mean, Qatar in a big way is trying to have their cloud infrastructure within the confines of the country. They don't want because of security reasons. So there are a lot of challenges with this model. So what I have done here is based on, again, I have not really put it, based on my experience and based on my interactions with different industries, based on the literature, what has been identified, I have tried to list out 4 things that might be beneficial, that might resonate with some of the audience here, some of the professors, some of the students who might want to actually pursue this as a research topic or as an industry project or as something that industry might be interested in seeing how they can resolve this challenge before they actually even think of cloud ERP. So let me give you my 4 cents or 4 open-ended questions for research and practice. So the first thing is, of course, this is at the top of the list, the security part. Very obvious. I mean, if you think about secured on a cloud, so okay, that is good. You can secure things on the cloud. Do you trust the cloud service provider? What are the encryption systems that the cloud service provider is using, right? And can we integrate different systems? Like, for example, some gentleman talked about, blockchains. So can we actually have, blockchains also securing, having a decentralized shared ledger for transactions, which can secure a cloud, right? Is it possible? If we are stuck with a particular service provider, can we change to something that has blockchains also implemented or something else, some other encryption system comes in, I want to implement that. Can I do that, right? Other problem that I see is the last mile problem, the last mile security problem. The last mile security problem is that you have something secured on the cloud, but what about the connection to your enterprise? And that's where the maximum hacking attempts happen. It is not on the cloud actually. Cloud is pretty secure because they have invested a huge lot of resources in securing the cloud, but most of the breaches of data happen in the last mile, which is from the cloud to the organization where the data is being transferred out or transferred in. Okay, so this is, I think security is a big constraint still. And on this, I think a lot of countries and companies and people are thinking in different ways. They're making regulations, some of them making practices for securing, but this is a huge subject. I don't want to go into deep, but this is a huge topic for research and very interesting topic of research and practice, both. Innovation. Another reason why cloud computing was actually brought in, or people wanted to actually use cloud computing in ERP or cloud ERP, was the flexibility it gives you to innovate. I can mix and match. I can do something with the package. I can do something else with another package, right? Mix and match. That's what, it provides you the flexibility. But the problem, you have these standardized modules because SaaS, right? It is not using a still platform as a service. So can we have the source code known, for example? Can we make changes in the code itself? I'm sure that in your courses, you're learning some amount of coding now. Without coding, I think commerce graduates, if it is not there, you should be having some kind of coding in your syllabus. One thing that probably I would like to, tell the, people who are looking about the curriculum in the university, that coding, R or Python or something, has to be in the curriculum now. If the university doesn't provide, go for Google certification, go for Coursera, do something, but don't go out of the university without having coding knowledge. Anyways, so here, can we actually innovate? How open is the source code? Can we do something about it? Can we have open source ERP solutions? We already have some options. Can we implement them? Who actually takes the responsibility? So that is something you need to think about. So customization flexibility versus experimentation flexibility. So here there is one thing, if you think about it, when you are having a traditional enterprise ERP, you have a lot of flexibility in customizing it to the practices of the organization. Here, you have a flexibility of trying out different kinds of things that you have not tried out in cloud ERP. So there is a different kind, there are two different kind of flexibilities that people are talking about. One is customization flexibility and other is the experimentation flexibility. Standardization versus customization. So what is beneficial? I mean, those are the trade-offs where probably need some research or need some thought. Interoperability. This is another huge issue, and this I actually faced a lot of challenge when I was looking at data standards, especially since I hold the GS1 France chair. There we were looking a lot into the interoperability of data when, let's say, some data in, there is something like Big Bazaar kind of a thing called Kafu, and there is Auchan, there's a big value chains and big retail chains. And how do we integrate the data across these different retail chains? It is a huge problem right now in France, for example. Here also it is a problem because can we integrate across different cloud service providers? Can we, or different services? Is it possible to migrate from one system to another in a short period of time? So all those things we need to actually consider, and these are great, opportunities for research. Finally, this is something which is very close to my heart because, I do a lot of research on artificial intelligence, on computer, AI and human interaction. That's one of my key areas of research these days. And here, cloud intelligence, as I call it here, people might call it something else, somewhere else. So how do we leverage the different AI and machine learning tools, AI ML tools, Because if you think about it, speakers earlier have talked about digitalization and how to use data in real time, how to use it for making the right decisions in the nick of in the fraction of a second in real time. That is a challenge here. So here, if you look at traditional ERP, which is practices which are inbuilt into the system, can we learn from the data? Because we already have a treasure, a huge gold mine of data, the operational data, the transactional data that is created every second. Can we use it through some machine learning programs to actually improve the processes? So rather than having a static system of ERP, can we have something which is more dynamic? So it is the processes themselves. It suggests you these are the probably upcoming best practices rather than having industry best practices embedded into the system. This is a more futuristic, approach, but this is something food for thought, for intelligent people like the ones who are sitting in this room. Right? So rather than having a static ERP, can we have an organic ERP that grows as we go on? Right? So this is what I had to say, and I believe it's almost 20 minutes. So I would be very happy to take up any questions that you may have. We still have, we have done the 20 minutes. So if you have any questions, you can probably ask me. During the conference, you can catch hold of me and I'll be very happy to answer your questions. This is my contact. I mean, if you want to write to me or connect with me on LinkedIn, I'll be more than happy to stay connected to carry on the conversation. So thank you so much, and congratulations again to the organizers for holding such a nice event, and which is very beneficial for all of us. And I look forward to seeing some of the sessions tomorrow. And if you have any questions about, especially about research, that's what I do mostly. I'm a tenure track professor, so I do a lot of research. If you have any questions about conducting quality research, how to actually do it, please catch hold of me. I'll be very happy to have a conversation with you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. R. Sadikumar, Head of Administration, Jain Deemed to Me University, to present the memento to Professor Dr. Shirish C. Srivastava.
I would now like to request Mr. Shaktimani, FCMA, FCS, Finance Director, the Fertilizers and Chemicals, Travanco Limited, Kochi, for the keynote address on the topic FinTech Now and the Future. Welcome you, sir.
One small request. The young people, if you can come front, it become easier for us to interact. Okay, can you please come front? You don't mind? Please come front. Please come. Let it be a movement. So at least you know your legs will be relaxed to that extent. Why can't you people also come front? Come front. So that I will be energized. See, I know somebody is there to watch me. That's why I will be also very proper in my speeches. Otherwise, you know, I'll be also talking in, yeah. As the previous speaker has said, you know, the end of the sessions, taking is a challenge. Yes, let there be a challenge. Let me take the challenge and take it forward. Good evening, one and all. Respected Jain University Bright Minds and Mr. Sri Kumar and Veena Verma ma'am and my dear young students. Thank you very much for inviting me for these wonderful interactions yesterday I had with your team also. Thank you very much for everything. I understand the limitations today, but still I do my level best. Thank you. I am from FACT. I'd like to talk about FinTech present and future. Next. You know, the Chanakya, the prime minister of the first Mauryan emperor, mentioned the minting of coin called Rupayakam. What is the meaning of it? It's a silver coin. The rupee, which is being derived of the Mughal Empire, okay, had a rupaya. Thanks to Sher Shah, when the Sher Shah has defeated Humayun, he has released 178 grams of silver coin. That is the word he has given is a rupaya. That is actually a basic things which he has started. The rupee, what we are calling now, is a derivative from there. You know, this rupiah, the coin, which is being developed by the Sher Shah, has ruled more than 300, 400 years. When the British emperors, the British, you know, the 300 to 500 years, they wanted to rule this India. They could not succeed in defeating this coin. This coin was ruling the world, okay, till, you know, 18th century. After that, in the 1857, when they have come up, it's got defeated because of it was a gold, silver in things. So they wanted to, you know, melt it again to make different type of products. So India was ruling the world till 2 centuries back. See, today, Reserve Bank of India issues a currency note under the RBI Act. You know, the difference between 1 rupee and 2 rupee, anybody can tell? What is the difference between 1 rupee and 2 rupee note? Has anybody seen 1 rupee note nowadays? Any idea? I don't want from this side. I want this. Any difference in the 1 rupee note and 2 rupee note? You know 1 rupee note and 2 rupee note, right? Arey bhai, rupee note, yeah, every day you spend, right? What is the difference in 1 rupee note and 2 rupee note? If you don't understand, it's very difficult. You are using day to day for chaya, for something else, pan, whatever it is. What is the difference? The 1 rupee note is signed by the finance secretary. The 2 rupee note, further derivatives are given by the RBI Act 1934. See how the rupee works, how the finance works. If you need to understand, because every day you are using money, you should know what is that. The form of money and payment has evolved from metallic coin to the bills and the notes. More recently, we talked about the mobile money, cryptocurrencies, stable coins, fast payment systems, central bank digital currency, e-rupee, so many things we are talking. But you should understand the basic. How the rupee, what is the thing, what actually it has inside of it. Unless you understand this, you cannot develop anything further. Kindly note that. See, that trade moves beyond the small area. Arrangements for money and payment becomes the central questions. All the things started from that. For the transaction to move beyond, there must be a common agreement on what is acceptable in the context of payment, how the payment is made, and this is the idea of medium of exchange and medium of payment. What is money? Money we call, no? What is money? It has 3 aspects. It's a means of payment. It stores the value. Otherwise, previously in the olden days, India had, so many countries. India was not a single country. It was so many countries. There was a barter system was going on. When, the spices were traded from Kerala to the Western world, okay, it was sold in a barter system, right? You take a spices, you bring something else from there. Okay, it was in a barter system. So money has been brought in as a value of exchange, medium of exchange. Okay, so it is known, it is well known that how technology combined with geopolitics, geoeconomics, and the legal and institution design to build US dollar. In the 1927, if you go through the systems, 1927, the US dollar has become a world currency of the post-World War, international monetary things. While there are many calls for the end of dollar dominance, today there are many calls. The weaponization of existing digital monetary and payment systems in the context of international response to Russian invasion has provided both the clear illustrations of mechanics of pumping a global finance and also motivation for economics to build systems that will reduce the risk from dependence of existing international digital payment systems, which is based on the dollar. We are really working on it. See, the dollar has become weapon. What is that? Anybody can talk about it? How the dollar has become weapon? The sanctions which is being laid by the US. Sanctions which is being laid by the US on Venezuela, Iran, Iraq, nobody cared for it. But when it has come to the Russia, everybody understands. Yes, there is a real threat. From the, when you can fight with one fellow, if you are a Dada, you can fight with one fellow. But if you fight with another fellow, then the Dada will be also challenged. That's what is happening. So, the world is trying to change from the dollar dominance to the multi-currency dominance today, multipolar environment today. There is an opportunity today. See, there are 3-4 big countries in the world. One is US, nobody likes it today because it's a dominance. Nobody wants the dollar to be a dominance further. They want a multipolar. And what is the next 3 countries? Can you please name which is the big countries? Like, China, nobody believes what is a communist country. What is happening inside, you don't know. Okay, then the 3rd biggest country in the thing is India. There is a lot of opportunity. Everybody believes this is a democracy. Anybody can write and 10 persons can write and kill the 5 lakh rupees shares down today. That is also possible in the democracy today. I think some people can understand this, what I'm talking. Okay, see, this is the democracy. Everybody knows Anything can happen here. Anything, we can modify it. All the things are possible here. So there is every chance that the young mind like you, if you can develop some fintech systems which can bring the rupee dominance, which is 200 years back, again in the forefront, it will be the place. And, I don't want to take much time here. See, the origin of fintech has started with the 2008 financial crisis. What is the 2008 financial crisis? Subprime crisis. Nobody believed anybody. So they wanted this. See why there is a fintech? Because it should be a quick transfer. See, let me tell you, why the Singapore has developed a big way. In the olden days, in the US, they used to do the morning transactions, right? In the evening or night times, they do the transaction in Singapore. The money which is played morning, some yarning, and play some yarning is in the night. That's why the Singapore and the US was developing in a big way. See, let us assume one way. I give 100 rupees to sir. Today I am giving. Only tomorrow if he spends, it gets stuck up with him. If I give him right now, immediately there is the means for him to transfer it to him, transfer it to him, transfer it to him, transfer it to him. The economy develops 5 times or 10 times, it's 100 times. See, previously, if you want to transfer money, you have to use the money order. You put up money today, after 15 days, 20 days, the money reaches your father, son, your whatever the relations you are. But today with the UPI transaction, with a 1 second, you can transfer anywhere. The money does business, Number of transactions it happens, it does business. So, the 2008 financial crisis has actually initiated the fintech, and the 2020 health and geopolitical crisis, which, actually the COVID was, everybody talks about it's a threat, but I call it as an opportunity. You see, Indian companies, more than 30% of companies has improved the profit due to the COVID. Okay, so it has given a lot of benefit, and this is the one of the things which helped. And the third thing is India's demonetization. Is added sugar to the sweet. Already there is a fintech was going on in India, but once you talk about demonetization, everybody went to the which app? Paytm, right? Everybody went to the Paytm in order during the demonetization times. Okay, so this is being done, fast-paced commerce and digital financial services globally, and the developing economics, India and China, these are the very fundamentals in developing the fintech, and the increasing role of big technology companies and the technology firms and the financial services has added a lot of things to this. I think this is being already discussed by many parties. I don't want to touch upon this. There is nothing but, fourth industrial revolutions, what are the things are there, it is also getting impact on the fintech also. Why fintech? See, when it comes to money movement, safety and security will be always the most important factors. You want to put the money in the bank. You don't want to put it in the cheat fund. You don't want to give it to, even your relatives. Because, whenever you go to the bank, you will get back the money. That's why, because you feel there is a safety. That's why you put it. So it should be a safety and security is a very important things. However, the speed is the matter which is considered. The businesses needs a different thing. If you go to Amazon, somebody is having a UPI, somebody is having credit card, somebody is having a debit card. Everybody has its every way of doing a business. Somebody wants COD, somebody wants on the COD date, I will pay you the money. So different people have a different requirement. So the business needs are unique and the interaction with the banks are unique. So it's a push to card, request for payment, payroll, many things are there in industry. Okay, the fintech intermediaries help to bridge the gap. What happened is the fintech, because there are n number of solutions are required and it's an innovation thing. Okay, there are so many startups with the idea-based industry. So many fintech industry people, coming up and giving a solution to this. So it is becoming a big. And the speed and ease of operations are the deciding factors in the fintech industries today. Okay, see, I will talk about the fintech present in the industry today. The virtual account number synchronization, this is what being done. And the bank cash reconciliations, it is automation is being in a big way. And the payment gateway, actually these things are there in 50% already integrated ERP things it is being available. To be exactly precise, 48% of industry is having this. And many industries having the some level of ERP or something, they have a difficulty in doing this. Okay, that's actually, they are also happy with the existing way of doing, but actually it is a matter of time, they will also change. Within maybe another 2 to 3 years, they are expected to change and come to the platform like this. And I just wanted to cover what is the practices in a FACT. Okay, The bank collection automation, integration with the SAP ERP system at fact, we are having it. The earlier systems, we used to take the payment through the account systems, and we check the accounting papers. We have some 160 accounts in different areas. We used to have a transfers from one account into another, and everything gets updated in the SAP by manually, and other things used to be there. Okay, now the new systems, we have a VAN facility. The VAN enables a fund transfer using a unique alphanumeric account number. Each customer is assigned to a unique VAN. The fund transfer is given to a customer as VAN is a beneficiary account number. All receipts using a VAN are credited to the single corporate collection account of fact. Immediately, within no time, this money comes into our picture. So it becomes easier. Virtual account number is made like this. The payment of using, there is the 3 different technologies available. Do you have a light here? See, you can see SFTP, Safe FTP. Next is H2H, host to host transfer. Third is API. Okay. See, there are 3 different type of technology which the industry uses to transfer to the handshake with the bank servers. But in FACT, we have all 3. We do the SFTP with the SBI, H2H with the Axis Bank, APIs with the HDFC, but we are again shifting to finally to the APIs. The advantages of systems, all customer payments immediately credited to the single, working with the marketing personnel is simplified, and it gets entered into the SAP system very directly. And SMTP, H2H systems is already delay in payments, but wherein the API is the better systems. Anybody can think of working on this, that will be better for you. And the vendor payment system is also done through the automation mode in FACT. That's we use as the host to host, but we are shifting to the API within shortly. Then next thing is, I want to talk about the EBG, electronic BG. A bank guarantee. You people may not be that much familiar. That side may be familiar in this. The bank guarantee, you may see the bank guarantee. This is the method used to see. If any bank guarantee is there, minimum in a very conservative way, you take 5 days. If you are very smart, very good enough. But see, in the EBG we have now, okay, with the electronics, National Electronic Service Corporation Limited. In this, Electronic E-Governance Services Limited. Okay, in that we have a EBG. In that, everything happens through the online. And we have the repository of all the BGs in our accounts, so that we will be in a position to take a clear-cut call on this. This EBG, we can have an invocation also, can be done through the online, need not be offline. And there is another things, even if the cancellation, other things also can be monitored, can be concluded very easily. The key features is completely digital. Notification to the beneficiary customer to NESL is easier. NESL is a central EBG repository. And ease of stamp duty things. You must have seen, some 20 years back, there was a big corruptions, in the stamp duty, stamp paper and other things. Okay, there are many documents which were gone into false and other things. Okay, this type of digitalization helps us to confirm this. The bank guarantee is one thing which, it's very difficult for us. The encashment or other things is actually a nightmare for any directors. So actually this EBG helps us in doing it in a very easy way. Okay, it helps more in a procurement, in the GEM and other e-procurement says, it becomes very, very easy. And the Indian UPI, I want to just touch upon it. FACT has a UPI-based QR code at every place. Now, there was a cash action which was running throughout, all the days. Every day it's around 6 hours it was running. Today, it's no more. We have only one cash box, which is kept in a lock and key, so that we kept around some 5 lakh rupees in this. In case of any doomsday, let us say there is a earthquake, there is something which doesn't work. That day we need, so that day we have a 5 lakh rupees, we can distribute, we can do whatever we want to do. Otherwise, it's only a, decorative piece today. Okay, the transaction worth 50% of India GDP is happening through the EPI, 86 lakh crore out of the 147 lakh crore of Indian GDP is running through this. And the UPI features have 4 different things. I think many of the people may be using only one. I intentionally brought this for everybody to understand. API based functionality, everybody Google Pay, other things, API based things, app based things. But there is a missed call based system in UPI. And there is interactive voice response in a UPI. And proximity sound based payments, this is also there. These are all developed. This is actually one of the best in the world. Let me tell you, please be proud that you have a best system in the world. Okay, why Elon Musk was supporting the digital currency? What is the reason? Because he did not believe the banks in the US are using the old system. They were using the old global systems. They were not using the new systems at all. That's what he was telling. Okay, that was one of the reasons he was telling for that. So, but Indian things are based on the blockchains, Indian chains are having a lot of many features. And the rupee is nowadays used in the foreign countries also in a very big way. And the fintech future at fact, I don't want to talk about what is there in the outside and other things, what we are going to do in the next 1 and 2 years. AI-based accounting entry, we are going for it. Blockbox technology and optical character recognitions. Once you know you have some invoice and other things, you can send it by email or something, and here is the OCR. The OCR will read and talk about what is there in content, and it will match with the, what do you say, in the invoice, whatever the line items are there, it will match with the ERP line items and match it and come back to this. And bot-based email reader, it is what bot-based? It is like again AI. It will go through the email, see what is the content of the email. The bot will read it and it will come out the solution for it, and it will automatically answer you. See, you must have seen in the Geo and so many things. If you send a message, they return back. So these are already in place in a very few companies. FICT also will be going ahead. The credit score based auto decisions for a customer requirement. Today we are operating on a fully on advanced basis, but we have a method on the basis of the credit score, because thanks to the digital media which is happening, the credit score is available across the banks, across the financial institutions today. We wanted to exploit that, and so that we wanted to fix the credit score of our customers. On the basis of that, we wanted to do the business with them. This is what we want to do in the fintech in FICT. Okay, thank you very much. We do the business in profitability. I want to tell something about the FICT. FICT, for the last 3 years, every year we are clocking 30% extra in turnover. Okay, last year we have made 4,400 crores turnover, and this year already we are in the 5,000 above, and we expected to cross around 6,000 and above crores. This is what we are. Okay, and please do visit FICT if you want to learn any of this. Thank you very much. Thanks for the wonderful time.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. Now I request Ms. Meena George, Secretary, Institute of Cost Accountancy of India, Kochi chapter, to present the memento to Mr. Shaktimani.
Out of the students who has got the best mark in +2? Who has got the best mark in +2? Anybody? What's yours? Who is the top scorer in your college? Can anybody say who is the top scorer in your college? Anybody is there? As per you, yeah, please come.
Thank you, sir. Last but not least, I invite Mr. Jay Krishnan T, founder and CEO, Asimo Robotics Kochi, for his keynote address on the topic, Technology Integration for Accelerated Digital Transformation. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I'm sorry that I'm someone who follows the COVID protocol very strictly till date. My picture is here. I think it was here. So I think it is audible to you, right? I hope. Okay. So can you just say the presentation? And thank you very much for Jain University and the organizers, especially Professor Veena Varma, Professor Sri Kumar for inviting me. So today we will primarily speak about, since I am from robotics, how robotics helps the digital transformation. How does it fit inside the digital transformation ecosystem? How does it help accelerating the digital transformation, and as well as how does it help itself in taking the right position? So I think most of the management students out here and the professors, everyone might be knowing, which is that picture on the left top side. It is nothing but the demand curve, demand supply curve. This is the demand curve, I mean the parameters, 5 parameters, which is affecting the shift of the demand curve. Since we are talking about the digital transformation, our focus is on the preference and taste of customers. So as you know that before 90s, if you take the automobile industry as an example, you had very minimal options, like either a Maruti car or maybe a ambassador car, and the user, the customer, is forced to choose whether or not he likes it, any one of this. But after 90s, you know that many foreign companies, brands came in, homegrown brands also were there. And there are a lot of choices, options that customer can choose whatever he likes. And the differences between the two models from the two brands are not much, very narrow. So he can easily, comfortably, happily choose one out of them. But in the coming days, of course, what is going to happen is that we know that we all have mobile phones and mobile applications. So it's just a matter of playing with the application to choose what kind of vehicle that you need. If it's a passenger car, what kind of engine that you need, whether it is petrol or diesel or electric, and what kind of transmission system that drive system that you require, whether it is CVT or torque converter or manual, and what kind of the front panel, the dashboard how should it look like. Everything you can do it, and then your car will be ready in few days. So this is possible. Why? Because there is automation. So we'll see that also. So putting the same scenario in this is 4 areas. Taking the food industry, nowadays it is possible that a few years back somebody approached us whether you can set up a kiosk kind of thing where the robot is actually mixing and matching different kinds of sweets and then vending it to the customer. So they're starting from the coffee vending machines and other dispensers. You know that in the coming days, if everything is automated, you can choose the recipe. You can, if you don't want spicy food, then you can reduce it. You can add whatever you want, and you can even print cakes and other desserts using 3D printers. So it's again customer decides. And then when it comes to apparels, based on your body type, based on your choice of the different texture and designs and fashion trends, you can decide what kind of costume that you require, and it will be getting ready within few days and few hours even. And if you come to real estate, now already there are 3D walkthroughs, and you can virtual reality tools that you can see what you are going to get at the end of the day well in advance. Now this is actually kind of even playing a game. You might have seen kids are playing games like constructing cities. I'm not playing game very much, so I don't know which game it is, but it is that easy. And there will be furnitures like now these round tables. You can see that tomorrow it will be like if you want all of these people to sit closely for a dinner. So this just with the press of button, all these tables will rearrange, reshape to make a long table. So these are all possible, that's going to come in the coming days. And when it comes to entertainment, you can even decide the climax of a movie. You can, now that earlier, long back, I know that for a movie called Hari Krishnans, there were 2 climaxes, that's what I heard. So just like that, you can decide the climax. This 5D, 6D theater experience is going to be like, you can be there as a character even. So now the metaverse and digital twin is coming. You can be there as a character in the movie and play a role. So again, customer decides. So the technologies, of course, are primarily AR, VR, 3D printing, and robotics is used to make this possible. So this is again, if you look at how does it happen, how we can translate the customer requirements, demands, and feedback into the final product is that typically we design something and we manufacture it and we sell it. And we get money and it comes back to the purchasing inventory, and then the primary part is like, when customers give feedback, so that information has to be consolidated and it should be immediately available at the manufacturing site or design site so that we can make the necessary changes. It's just like, imagine that there is a car and you have a problem with the radiator. You wanted to change it to make it you want to change to a bigger radiator so that the cooling is more efficient. So this complaint is reported. And then what happens is like, the system gives an alert, and then the production is stopped, and maybe like, the tool, the material is changed, or if the material has to be changed, then the material is changed, and then in the machine shop, if the new material comes, if the right tool has to be selected, then that is selected. So everything is connected, everything is automated. So what happens is that the wastage of material, wastage of time and money are kind of optimized. So this obviously improves the throughput, quality, efficiency, profit, and customer experience at the end of the day. And then if it is required to be the entire product has to be changed, then the same factory can be utilized, same facility can be utilized to manufacture a completely different kind of product. That is also possible. So I think a lot of speakers might have spoken about this Industry 4.0. How can we live it when we talk about this digital transformation? This has a major role. But our focus is, of course, the robotics part of it. Yeah, it is a combination of different kind of technologies. As far as robotics is concerned, there is a change. There is a difference from the standard robots or industrial robots, the old-fashioned robots, from the robots which are there as part of this Industry 4.0. Nothing but because of this adaptivity to the changes, the robot has to actually collaborate with human beings. So there's a category of robot which is used for this Industry 4.0 are collaborative robots. Means that you can interact with the robot, you can exchange forces. You might have heard a news that somebody has stepped into the work cell of a robot in a factory and he got killed, because standard robots are inside iron cages doing the repetitive kind of jobs. And then if somebody gets in, either the robot will be damaged or he will be hurt. So collaborative robots are a category of robot which primarily exchange forces. It has other, obviously, like visual surveying, like vision-based feedback is there, many other type of feedback. Primarily, the most important feedback is the force feedback. Means that if a robot comes and confronts with a human being, by the application of that force, by the application of the external force, the robot takes the force inside and then it is compliant to the external force. So it senses and it stops there exactly. So that is what is one of the speciality of collaborative robot. Second is like you can teach the robot. This is a good example actually. because imagine this is a manipulator. Uh, so if you want to train the robot, you can just put that in the training mode and do like this. Sorry about this. I think I am not damaging this. So you can do that pick and place operation by training the robot. And you can just, if you want to, if you want to, the robot to carry something and hold it, it has got anti-gravity, which means that it compensates for the self-weight. So it is interactive, that is, in our words, it is back-drivable, and it has anti-gravity, and in general, it is collaborative robots. That's what I wanted to tell about robotics in Industry 4.0. So next is the digital labor. So when I talk about digital labor, please don't misunderstand that digital labor is a replacement of human labor. It's not like that. I think there are sessions talking about ERP and RPA. Typically, all these processes are getting automated. Each and every small processes in an office automation, if you take, there is some kind of intelligence running at the back end. And that is actually in terms of the processor, which does not require too much of the physicality, like the physical aspect of service. On the other hand, towards the x-axis, if you look at the machine intelligence, the machine learning is also enhancing day by day. So what happens is that if these two combined, which gives you the digital labor, what happens is, like, if you want to emulate a human being, you have to think like a human being. You should perceive like a human being, and you have to take decision just like human being setting. So you have to apply the human context. And finally, we are actually, the digital labor is like, humans and robots are collaborating, coexisting. It is not 100% replacing. In certain cases, yes, but if you ask me, it is going to take all the jobs away from human beings. It is not like that, because each and every solution, robotic solution, is primarily addressing one particular aspect or one or two aspects. For example, in a surgical robot, we are actually optimizing accuracy. In a factory robot, we are optimizing throughput. So just like that, if you look at in an exploratory kind of scenario, robot is actually might be going into a very dangerous environment wherein human beings cannot go. So just like that, it is complementing. So when it comes to the digital transformation, what happens is that there are a lot of challenges, because I'm also, when I talk about this digital transformation, obviously the focus is on automation. So what happens is that, again, as I told, there are challenges like, people when adapting the solution to different scenarios, different requirements. So people do not, people hesitate to implement it for this reason. If I spend this much of capex tomorrow, will that be useful? That problem is there. And then human workflow integration. This is something which we have experienced last year when we have deployed one robot in Narayan Hrudayalaya Hospital, wherein for intra-hospital logistics, people are running and the corridor is very small. And both sides of the corridor, the metal cladding is there. Like, what happens is, like, our signals are getting reflected, and that is actually giving the information to the robot of some objects which is actually not there, kind of imaginary obstacles. So this scenario which we have addressed, so, and then it has to interact with human beings, like confront with human beings. Robot to robot confrontation, robot to human confrontation, these are all things which we have to address. So the workflow integration is challenging. And then we should have a strategy, because we should have the bird's eye view, where we are going in future, what is going to happen, like, what all changes, what all, as I told you earlier, what are the customers' feedback, like, what do they want in future. So there should be a clear strategy that is also missing. And then there need not necessarily be an expert in the automation or digital transformation in the organization. And then infrastructural changes. Here also, like, we could have done this through roof, this transportation, but there's a lot of infrastructure. Hospital is just like a factory. We cannot stop all services and do this. So that changes, that issue is there. And then budget. It does require a lot of capex because it's a comparatively new technology. So it requires a capex. So when you get the ROA, that is the question. And then high turnaround time. Just like that, to make it in place, it takes more time. So the solution is just, this is something which we are following. If you look at, you can see the bottom row is talking about components. So if you take a robot, it will be having motors, sensors, and then some of them look like human beings. So it can have silicon prosthetics and then different type of manufacturing. The parts which is out of FR, PPLA, like that. That's a range of different options. But that stage has gone because everything is available online. Earlier when I started working with robotics 17 years back, it was very difficult. I had pulled gears and motors from VCRs and cassette recorders and put together. Now servo motors are available. Intelligent servo motors are available, which has got gears, titanium gears, 32-bit processor, ARM controller, sensors, everything in one package, and then PID control, auto shutdown, overload shutdown, everything is there in one pack. So now that is available. Now next comes, next row is like configurations. Earlier, it was like we had to start working with robot manipulators by making one. Now, if you look at recently for a laparoscopic neurosurgery, we have purchased a robot and then modified it. Likewise, configurations are available. We also make configurations. And finally, there are ready-to-use platforms. Just like we have a platform, I'll show you that. I actually wanted to bring the robot here. There is a customer visit today, otherwise I would have brought a couple of robots to show you. So this is the layer where we are actually playing. So we have looking at, that is close to the user's perspective. Like if a user want to get a thing done, a task done, he don't have to worry about which is the motor, which is the configuration. He has to look at, I need a robot, I need a humanoid robot, I need a logistics robot. So those sort of arrangements, configurations are ready-made. So next comes is a software layer. I think we have spoken about API. So in this case also, I also have spoken about basic control, motor control. Nobody is worried about that nowadays. And APIs, that when we buy these motors, we get APIs so that we can use inside our software to change parameters and then control the speed of the motor, control the torque of the motor, and change the position, everything. So APIs are available. So we actually focus on providing APIs to the other. We have B2B and B2C products. So we give our robot along with APIs so that if somebody wants to use the robot for experiment, then he just wanted to put this header in his code and then write a line, it is done. So that way we are providing solutions. So finally, when it comes to applications, we get offers like, requirements like we wanted to have a certain kind of task done by the robot. Then we have to sit with the customer and then understand what he needs. I will tell you an example. If somebody is approaching us for a manipulator, robot arm, we will be asking what is the length reach from the base to the tip, what is the reach. Next, we will be asking what is the dexterity, means number of links in that robot. If he is not able to understand, mostly he may not be able to understand that. We will ask whether you are handling a bottle of water or whether you are handling a solid. Means that if a bottle of water is handled, you have to maintain the pose. You cannot handle it like this. So you have to maintain that correct pose. So we understand that the robot needs 6 degrees of freedom. So just like that, a set of questions, and what is the accuracy? What is the type of gripper you need? Because some geometry which we have to handle will be very peculiar. It may not be symmetric. So it can have parallel jaw gripper, it can have adaptive gripper. So this set of questions, if you ask, you get the required input to convert it to an engineering problem. So just like that, for transportation, or what kind of terrain are you going to address? In this case of this hospital robot, as I told you, the corridor was very narrow. Sometimes from operation theater, a big table comes and goes to the SICU, surgical ICU. So now in that, at that time, if robots are moving, it has to show a behavior. It has to go and align to the wall. So this is like we have to understand. Then we understood that, okay, there is no time for the robot to turn and align. So it should have a drive system that it moves without moving the body. So that is how it is. So what I'm saying is that we need to get the information. This is again the customer information, the first-hand information, or maybe the feedback. This has to be collected. This is, I just wanted to show this picture to you because, you know, all these robots, what you're seeing here in this picture, is made out of the same building blocks, no difference. But this is a big problem for investors, I'm pretty sure, because I sat with many investors. They told that you are not focusing. You are not focusing because you are making robots for different applications. Then I told, sir, you please understand that all the technology, whether it is manipulation, navigation, vision sensing, natural language processing, same thing. It's very difficult to make them understand, but this is in fact made out of same technology. And finally, yeah, this is like we deploy robots for front-facing application. That is our main product. So just like, you know, as a reception robot, concierge robot, like, you know, which is there in the reception, you know, as you step in, it will approach you and it will take your information. It will, if you want to get registered, it will help you to get registered. It will print a visiting pass and it will guide you if you want to go to if it's in a bank, it will guide you to the right person, whether you have come for starting a account or a pledging or maybe going for a loan, different places. It will guide you and it will answer your questions, and then it can take your face picture, and, you know, next time when you comes, it recognizes you. So what I'm saying is that if a robot is placed, whether it is for the first contact purpose or whether it is for taking the feedback, people are, I mean, they are more interested in talking to the robot and sharing their ideas. So on the right-hand side, if you look at this graph, this is a recent study, says that this one is familiar to you, I think, on the top left, which is mostly in the shopping malls. Decathlon, I have seen this. You have to press your rating about their service. So if a robot asks, the study says that it is much better, like, you know, because people give honest feedback, and then there will be more feedback because they wanted to talk to the robot. And then the robot will be always welcoming. Whether you give bad feedback or good feedback, robot will not respond in a bad fashion. And then it will collect information and it will push it to the cloud. And you can even run analytics on the top of it, generate secondary information which helps your business. And then next time when you comes, it gives you personalized service. If it's in a restaurant, it knows that your interest, your taste, which dish you want, which recipe, or what kind of combination you are looking for, it will remember. And it is also useful for the betterment of its own performance. That's where I'm saying that, in fact, when you deploy a robot, if it is in a factory, tomorrow if that factory needs to have any kind of automation, by that time we might have collected enough information that we can straight away prepare a proposal and give it to them. So just like that, wherever, it can be in a hospital, or you might have seen movie reviews. If a movie is released, then after the people coming out of the cinema hall, the robot can stand there and ask the feedback. There are a lot of possibility in the malls, in railway stations. So there are, the possibility is endless, and this data is very valuable. And we believe that now that we are selling, our robots are actually costly. We are selling it at a high price. In the coming days, if we have a huge collection of data, there will be a point where we can give the robots free of cost, taking that data. So I have a couple of videos for you. Okay. Before that, this is, if you want to have a personality replicated, I would say personality, because I don't believe that human beings can be copied. That's a big topic actually. We are much higher than any kind of AI or robots. There is no comparison. If you don't underestimate yourself, there is no comparison. Otherwise, if your personality has to be replicated, it's not easy. You need to have an array of sensors. I'm not going into the details. And then there is a lot of good thing about having robots. We already spoken about. There is no error actually. And then this also the final point also. It can collect data on long run, and then you can give you valuable secondary outputs. I have a video. If you could play that all-in-one video, I put together everything. I have it.
Where do you live?
I am living.
In Kochi. How long have you been in Kerala? 2 years.
This is a police robot. You might see. Working as an inspector in Kerala Police for the last 4 years. So we ran a campaign. To educate people.
Yourself and others from getting the new coronavirus. Frequently clean your hands by using mouth-based drug products like gel, and wash your hands with soap and water. When coughing and sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with flex alcohol like this, or use a tissue. Use a tissue.
We also use this robot for local body election for scanning people at that time. So in a row it scanned around 300 people continuously from morning to evening. Whether they are wearing mask and what's the temperature, and dispenses sanitizer also. This is in Hindustan Petroleum. There is an experience center. They are also using a lot of advanced technology. So they have a museum kind of thing. So 2 robots are running that for both registration as well as for giving a walkthrough, and it will collect feedback also.
Kindly place your hand below my right hand. Enter the phone number or dictate the number.
8087 477 807. Submit.
Press capture button and read out capture.
Capture.
Scan the QR code to register. Now, what's the Honorable Minister of State for Women,
Honorable MOS Raju Kulse came to our
Robotics welcome you to Maker Village. I will guide you to the health screening facility. Sir, now the red robot will perform your health screening. Kindly place your hand over my left hand when it is lifted.
This one is that laparoscopic robot, which you can see in the bottom corner. The modules are both out.
Just ahead of this door. Thank you for allowing me to serve you. Sir, the venue is just ahead of this door. Thank you for allowing me to serve you.
This is at Nigandaj, Gujarat. He is petroleum minister.
Honorable Minister Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, I Board welcome you to the Smart City Smart Urbanization Conference at Surat.
Repetition. This is Tanzanian police visit at Cyberdome. Little bit.
Salute, sir.
Otherwise it will give you a high. It's a very bad robot.
He is not saluting, that's what he says. It salutes only IPS officers, Kerala police. For foreigners it will only give namaste. That's what he says.
There's a lot of features. It can move around. It can lead you also. So the moment you hit the section, it will lead you also.
Oh, it's moving.
It can move. On the movie,
Can we take some? If anyone can. Not like that.
We have set up 4 seconds. You want to go side on left.
Please move from my front and follow me. I will take you to the destination.
go there.
This is the logistics robot. Dr. Shetty is our mentor and advisor. So this is surgical ICU for newborn babies. So she is actually placing microbiology samples. In fact, he is looking at this robot as it passes away. So it goes to the laboratory and collects the reports. So this is omni-wheel, that's what I told you. You can move to sideways without turning the body. This is a robot which we created for production house for a Hindi television serial. This is hand operated, not autonomous. They gave us this character in 2D drawings when we designed them. This is the latest, this maybe the version 2.0 for that humanoid. So we made a prosthetic face with expressions and phonetics synchronization.
The youngest sibling of India's first humanoid robot cyborg, made by
This is actually, I cannot disclose, but for space mission.
upgraded versions in 2020. I wish you a Merry Christmas.
This is 2020 wishes. I have 2023 wishes for you, and with that the talk ends. Can you play that? And thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity. Wish you all a happy new year. Please play that second one. Yeah, this is how we celebrated New Year. Two balloons, 2022, 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your expertise with us. I would like to invite Mr. CMA V.A. Padmakumar, immediate former chairman, Institute of Cost Accountancy of India, Kochi chapter, to present the memento to Mr. Jayakrishnan T. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor Dr. Sri Kumar to conclude this session.
Very good evening to all of you. The morning here, it was all filled with sorrow because our beloved PVC, Dr. Jayalada, she lost her husband in the last night. Therefore, we were in a flux. So we started the programs late by about 1 hour. But all the participants were so cooperative, all the speakers were so cooperative. We have rescheduled the sessions according to the flight timings. And we could listen to all the 12 speakers. Our partners in this conference, the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and Confederation of Women Industry, had extended a great help to run this conference in the first day. I'm really thankful to them, particularly the chairman of Kochi chapter, the CMA Institute, Mr. Lajesh, and the immediate past chairman of the Institute, Mr. V. Padmakumar, and the entire administration team who were so generous and so helpful to carry out the conference on the first day. We had 12 sessions, keynote sessions, starting with our mentor, Professor Dr. Paritosh Basu, on human and ethical dimensions of digital transformation. And we had the CEO of Manappuram Finance, who spoke on future-proofing of higher education. Then we had Dr. Jaydev on corporate distress and turnaround strategies. We had Dr. Jain Icon, who joined us online from Amsterdam. She spoke on the strategic management accounting and how it is useful for resilience by the corporates, how that accounting information can be used to be resilient in times of crisis. We had Amiya Ranjan Tripathi, who spoke on the changing role of CFOs in data and AI-led digital transformation. We had Mr. Asim Kumar Mukhopadhyay, who spoke on the emerging roles of accounting and finance professionals. We had Mr. Guru Prasad, who spoke on the recent trends in research automation. We had C. Pratap Mohan Nair of PwC, who spoke on the infrastructure finance. Then, towards the end, we could listen to Mr. Shirish Srivastava on Cloud ERP. We had Mr. Uni Nair on ESG, environmental, social, and governance. Then we had Mr. Shaktimani on FinTech, now and the future. Then now we have just ended with the last keynote speaker on technology integration for accelerated digital transformation. We are thankful to all the keynote speakers because all of them could come and spend their time with the audience here. Anything which is built in this world is built twice. First, it is built in the minds, then we physically create it. As Dr. Shirish was sharing, that creation of new knowledge has to come from brilliant minds. So we have spoken to the brilliant minds in the industry who can help us in implementing the national education policy in its letter and spirit. I'm happy that all of them have come forward. We did not miss any single speaker. All of them were here. I extend my gratitude to all of them. But how did all this happen? It all happened because of the vision and mission of our Honorable Chairman Sri Chandraj Roychand. I never thought that we will be able to come. But when we announced that this is the kind of format that you have designed for this conference, he said that he'll come on both the days. But unfortunately, because of the tragedy that has happened yesterday, he could not come here. We also miss the soul of this conference, Dr. Jayalalitha. The conception and the execution, she has extended us great support. Jain is moving with a faster speed because we understood that we had to change the orbit very fast. And therefore, in a 3 months period, we have organized this conference. It had its own limitations. And I'm sure that all our friends from the industry and the academia will be with us in our journey. Only 2 people had joined online, Dr. Ranjini and Mr. Ahmed Sheikh. Ahmed Sheikh we missed by 1 day. He was supposed to be here to meet all of us. He was so excited to come and see how the universities are incorporating the corporate expectations into their academic activities and research. He had sent his audio clip yesterday because he has an unprecedented meeting, board meeting in Dubai today. He is arriving tomorrow and he has promised that he will meet our chairman in the first week of February. We have great support from all the departments. Jain is a university, so we do a lot of hand-holding between the departments. So I thank all of them for their great support that we could conclude the first day sessions. We are grateful to our Controller of Examinations, Dr. Muthu Kumar, and our Head of Administration, Dr. Sati Kumar, that they are here after doing all the other support for our beloved PVC. They have found time to come and spend their time with us. So thank you so much, friends, and we look forward to seeing you. And we'll continue this journey. Maybe next year we'll prepare more and see that all the loopholes that we had experienced will not be there. And tomorrow's session will be on academic tracks. So I would like Dr. Paritosh and Dr. Shirish to help all those scholars because Jain wants to be a catalyst of change in the area of higher education, particularly when we are moving in the direction of the R1, R2 kind of universities in the West. So have a good evening and thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presence. With this, we conclude today's session.